Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate doing something when I feel like I should be doing something else, so that the fun of the thing I'm currently doing is ruined.
That's a word salad, and my name's Kyle. Today I hate open world games. See, Shea, it's supposed to be short and simple.
That was the bit that I was doing, was intentionally making it really long. This is episode 71 of this podcast. We do the same thing every time. So this is like the one random time that it's really convoluted for comedic effect. But I also had to really script it out and read it to make sure I said it the right way. But honestly, I feel like both of ours are kind of, I mean, not necessarily talking about the same game, because I kind of know where yours is coming from, but with the same energy. Which is to say, video games can be frustrating sometimes. And there are games that do some things really well, and also other things that they do less well, and that's annoying. And then there are games that do nothing well, that you feel obligated to play so you can talk about it on this damn podcast, and then you regret it because you feel like you wasted your time. And those kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah. Also, you know, like listening to this podcast is maybe also a waste of time.
Yeah, there are pros and cons. There are some things we do really well on this podcast, and there are things we do less well on this podcast. One of the things that we do less well is sticking to a consistent upload schedule. So apologies to everybody that checked their feed last Monday and didn't see a 5.5 hour podcast and had made plans for a long road trip for that week. I'm very sorry. Hey, guess what? It's the same reason it always is. My kids got me sick. And I was deathly ill over the weekend, and just there was no way I was going to be able to get through an entire recording session. So we said, hey, no worries. We'll just push it back. We'll record on a Thursday, and then we'll still upload on the following Monday. And then Thursday came around, and I still had a really bad cough from being sick. And so now it's Friday, and I still have a really bad cough from being sick. But we can't wait any longer because we need to do this so that I can edit it and post it. So that's my way of apologizing in advance for coughs that you hear. I'm going to try to edit stuff out as much as I can. But it may reach a point where I can't edit out the 57th cough. So there you go. There's your apology. But we're here. We're doing this fucking thing for you guys. And then you're going to get another podcast.
I do this for me.
Well, hey, that's how selfful? What's the opposite of selfless?
Oh,
Self-full?
I am very selfful.
self more. If it's not selfless, self more. Yeah. So, and y'all are still going to get a nice filling of games that don't suck as well this month before we do the next flagship pod. But yeah, all of that aside, because we had an extra week, I'm actually glad that we had an extra week. One of the big things we're going to talk about today is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which we've both been playing. Had we talked about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth a week ago, my opinions on that game would be drastically different than they are now, having been able to put an extra couple hours into it. But that's only one of the many, many video games and other things we have to chat about today. We're also going to chat Helldivers 2, because of course.
Hell yeah.
I played some Skull and Bones, which may have been the thing I was referencing in the beginning of feeling like I'm wasting my time.
Yeah.
You've been playing some Pacific Drive. We got a handful of other games, some new, some old. A host of news across, I guess, like all the big three had some big things happen.
Yeah.
There was a Microsoft business update where there were the rumors around them, putting games on PlayStation and Nintendo. Nintendo had a couple of directs, and then the Sony business happened with the layoffs. They also put out a statement about their upcoming games or lack thereof. A bunch of other news stories to cover. So it's a jam-packed episode. We'll finish off with 2 emails. And then we'll chat through the March game releases and talk about our March Game Club game. But what do you say we dive right into our February Game Club game, which was always Helldivers 2.
Yeah, it was never not Helldivers 2.
It was never not Helldivers 2. Do you think we can get away with this? Do you feel like we're tricking anybody?
Nah,
it's been like 5 or 6 weeks since the last podcast. I think maybe people had forgotten.
I don't think if we even said the name of the game that Game Club was supposed to be, people would know what we were talking about.
That's probably true.
That's how much the gaming populace has given a shit about foam stars.
That is absolutely true. The Game Club game was supposed to be Foam Stars. Kyle tried in vain to convince me to make it Helldivers 2, but at the time I was like, I don't know that I'm going to play it. I don't want to like just buy a game that I'm not sure about just for Game Club. I'd rather, Foam Stars will be free. It's still multiplayer. It should be shitty. We'll play it and make fun of it. And then Helldivers 2 came out, and people were generally enjoying it. And so I went ahead and bought Helldivers 2. And I have been playing a shit ton of Helldivers 2, which still ended up being less Helldivers 2 than you have played over the last month.
So much Helldivers 2.
So basically, I just couldn't force myself to play Foam Stars when Helldivers 2 was there. And so I said, screw it.
You also played the Skull and Bones beta. And I feel like once you do that, there's no more space for a bad experience that month. You know what I mean?
That is certainly part of it. I played the Skull and Bones beta and just said, I don't want to play another bad game on purpose.
But what about good video games is what Shea said. But what about those?
What about good video games? And Helldivers 2 is an extremely good video game. I think that we can set up the initial experience of playing the game, which was maybe less positive for some specific reasons. And then there's been like a month of just pure joy and democracy. And then you and I played a little bit last night, actually, post new update. Well, I guess it was like part 1 of the update. And then they just put out another update today where they introduced mechs. Which I have not yet experienced.
No,
and maybe some different feelings about the recent update and kind of changes that they've made. And some of which, like, fixes, quote unquote, that they've made to the game that in some ways have made the game less fun. Right. So we'll talk through all of that. So from the jump, you started playing Helldivers 2 before I did. So by the time I hopped in, went through the little tutorial and played some with you, you were already like level 15 or 16.
By the time you and I played together, I already had like 50 hours in Helldivers.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, that's more than I have right now. And I played since.
Yeah, my buddy and I put 40 hours in that first week. So it was a full-time job on top of our full-time jobs. Often in place of our full-time jobs, you know what I'm saying?
Hey.
That's not true. Not true. Can't prove it. But yeah, we're just having a wonderful time. But so it was interesting to experience it like from the jump, like on release. We were in there playing it, loving it, playing it all the time, not having any issues, pretty much whatsoever. There's some design things that were pretty baffling, like around people joining your game and stuff, and like matchmaking wasn't working very well or whatever, but my buddy and I just wanted to play together, like the two of us, and that worked perfectly for like first couple of weeks. And then the game, it just exploded kind of within the span of 3 or 4 days, and then we like couldn't play it for like 4 days because the servers were always full. I spent an hour and a half trying to log into the game one night, and then wound up, that was the first time you and my buddy and I all played together, and you and him got to play for a little while. I was just waiting to get into the game the whole time and got to play like one mission with you guys before we had to log off.
That was a little less fun, and that was like my first real exposure to the game, because I had played basically the tutorial, and I may have done like 1 or 2 missions with randoms just to get a feel for it, so I didn't embarrass myself when I was playing with you guys. But the night that we went and tried to play together, it was well over an hour that we collectively were queuing, and that was not super fun. And look, I've heard a lot of discourse about this, and there generally seems to be 2 opinions. There's the more forgiving people that say, hey, there's no way they could have anticipated a game blowing up like this, and it's unfortunate but reasonable that they had to expand their server capacity and hire new people to support everything that's going on, and like it's a little bit of like, that's the cost of doing business.
Right.
And then there's the other side of it, which is also reasonable, which is people paid money for this video game, and it fucking sucks that people literally couldn't enjoy a product that they paid for, and kind of any excuse for why people can't play it doesn't really matter because it's still a really shitty experience as a consumer. I think both of those perspectives are totally accurate. I'm more on the second one just because I want to be able to use something that I paid for, but I also understand, like, the only thing they could have done about this is vastly overestimate how many people would play their game.
Right.
Which was never going to happen.
No.
The extra unfortunate part is, like, it's not like this is a little indie studio and, like, they just couldn't afford it up front. Like, this game was published by Sony.
Well,
so
but I don't know that this game got,
that.
like, I don't know that this game got Sony development dollars. I don't
it
believe
certainly
that
didn't
is
get
true.
It certainly didn't get a lot of marketing dollars.
No.
Really, it's been a lot of word of mouth. The bigger point is, like, as soon as this blew up, I would have expected, and maybe they did, but I would have expected Sony to get more involved because they realized, hey, this could be a huge takeoff for us and a huge differentiator for us because this is not on Xbox.
Yeah, Sony's involvement ended up being, let's compound the problem by giving a free PlayStation Plus weekend for the game.
So even more people, yeah.
Yes, even more people were playing it.
Right.
Which that weekend was completely locked up. Like, there was almost no way of getting in to any of the servers. I had tried multiple times. But, and to the developers' credit, they scaled things up really, really quickly in terms, like, just thinking about the internals of an organization, the kinds of approvals and discussions and meetings that need to happen to get that stuff rolling from the developer side, and then from the technology side of the provider for the servers and stuff, ramping things up as well and making sure things are secure and encrypted and whatever. That whole rollout and that scale up process happened very quickly, and they did it in a few different phases over the course of like a week and a half or so, like slowly increasing the cap, and then also not just throwing server money at it, but doing things on the front and back end to the mechanics of it that made the it eliminated the ability for people to kind of exploit ways in which to stay connected and eliminate the possibility of other people playing and stuff like that. So it became a much more fair process of connecting
just
after
by,
a little while.
Kicking AFK people and things like that.
Yeah, stuff like that. So implementing those kinds of things, which, like, like you said, there are two perspectives of like, hey, good they did that, or why wasn't it in there to begin with? But whatever. Like,
yeah, it's less even why it wasn't in there to begin with. It's more just like it sucks that this is how things work. It's unfair that this is how things work, and I don't have a solution to it. There might not be a solution to it, but I don't think it's productive to just like ignore the fact that it's not okay for a product to launch and people to not be able to use it for multiple days. Like,
right.
Even still, I'll have connection problems if I'm trying to join a quick game, like to be randomly match made. It regularly doesn't work. When we were playing last night, there was a mission that we were on, and there may have been other factors. It was a mission that you had loaded from a previous before the update.
Yeah,
so it's
but
possible
So I had an operation going, which is a collection of missions that you complete for extra medals for like a currency if you do all of them in a row. And I was in the middle of an operation, and then the game updated, and I went maybe like a week or so without playing. And so when I came back in to play last night with you, I was in the middle of that operation and trying to launch a mission that was maybe outdated, and so it crashed a couple times. And then we didn't have a problem after that. We
that's true.
Moved away from that mission and did something else. But so it was probably related to that.
I had played the night before as well for a couple of quick missions, and the game hard crashed my PS5. Like, it went to my TV went to a static green screen and like completely shut down my PlayStation. And that was like that that's a little scary when that happens, because games have been known to brick consoles before.
Right.
And so like even now, after a month of it being out, like that kind of thing still happens semi-regularly. That's not awesome.
Right.
And that's the kind of thing that there isn't an excuse. You can't blame server capacity for that kind of thing.
No, that's just like, that's a QA issue.
Yeah, I mean, and I don't know. I don't make video games. All I know is a video game should not crash my whole console and make me hard press the power button to turn it back on and cross my fingers that it does.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna disagree with you on that point. That's messed up.
But anyway, like that's all the stuff around the fringe of Helldivers too. Right. We haven't really talked that much about the actual experience of playing it, which that the fact that we're willing to overcome all of these problems speaks to how fucking fun the video game is.
It's just so fucking good. They know exactly what they're doing.
It's just the right level of goofy,
just the right level.
It's totally just a sandbox for hijinks. And it's very, very well tuned in that way. Like, there are so many ways for shit to go sideways. Yeah. Both in an intense way and in a funny as hell way. And a lot of times those two things happen at the same time.
At the same time, yeah.
So, that part of it's been fantastic. Yeah. I have a little list of, like, I've just been documenting the weird, fun shit that's happened to me in this video game. Because like that's what this is. So, and it's primarily been when I've been playing with randoms, which is mostly how I play. Because for me, like, I'm gonna hop in for 2 matches because I've got an hour and that's it. Versus when, Kyle and I, when we play together, it's usually for a longer period of time. But there was my first fun experience was I got dropped in with a party of 3, I assume, because they were all around the same. They were all like much higher level than me and had super souped up gear, and like they seemed to know what they were doing. And before I played 3 or 4 missions with them, and before each mission, one of the guys who was the party leader, whose handle was Oprah Pimpfree, which I really enjoyed. He would do the little hug emote like before we got into our little drop pods, and it was just extremely wholesome. Yeah. And like I just really, really loved that. And that was my first exposure to the hug emote. Was him giving me a hug. That's great. Every time before we dropped in to go die at the hands of our automaton overlords. Yeah. And then there was another mission where, so like all the different planets that you're on, there are only really a few archetypes when it comes to planet design. But on the planets, the types of things that you're trying to do, the placement of enemy camps, like it's always super varied and seemingly randomized. Yeah. And so in this one mission we were on, I don't even remember what the objective was, but we had to interact with a terminal. I think it was the one where you're getting ready to launch the like missile out of the ground. Okay. And so it's a multi-stage objective where you have to interact with a terminal, and that thing, that objective location was right next to a large automaton base. And if you haven't played the game, the automatons are like this really creepy Terminator-esque robot faction.
They're just straight up like metal skulls, metal humanoid skulls with glowing red eyes. They are just fucking Terminators. It's great.
And also like huge hulking tanks and things that literally called hulks and mechs, and these like really terrifying large mechs that have chainsaw hands that chase you down.
Yeah, drop ships that come in and like deploy troops out of the bottom of them. And also the music that plays in the automaton planets is so fucking good.
And they go, like, they have their little patrols where, like, small groups of them will wander around the wilderness, and they chant to each other, and, like, their automaton voices. They're very creepy. So anyway, in this specific mission, the objective location was right next to, like, this large automaton base. And in that automaton base, they had a giant turret, which these turrets can snipe you from, like, a mile away. They're very frustrating to deal with.
Those things are fucked up.
You need really powerful stratagems, which the stratagems are basically, like, special, I don't know, abilities or like bombs and missiles and airstrikes that you call in that are on a cooldown. And they take really powerful ones to take these turrets out. Or if you get behind it, they have like a weak spot that you can shoot with some like armor penetrating ammo. Yeah. But anyway, so we're trying to interact with the terminal, and there's this turret that's like right next to us. And so it was just minutes of us trying to time out who could get into the terminal fast enough before the turret sniped you. And it was complete chaos and so frustrating because apparently none of us had stratagems equipped that could successfully deal with the turret. So like we just couldn't take it down. And eventually I made like a savior like run to the thing. Like I had it tracking me from far away, and I beeline right for it, so it couldn't pivot fast enough, and got up to the terminal. I'm mashing my D-pad to go do the directional shit on the screen, and got it off, and then I got sniped right as I launched the bomb. It was very epic and very funny and very frustrating, but like in a fun random game design way. There was another experience that I had, which one of my favorite things in this game is that there are multiple voices, because the whole conceit is you drop down as a Helldiver. When you die, your teammates call in a reinforcement, and that Helldiver drops in, and it's another person. Like, that's part of the whole. You're a stormtrooper. You're just a cog in the giant, war of Super Earth.
Right.
And so one of the voices is Yuri Lowenthal, who played Spider-Man in the Insomniac's Spider-Man games. And so just hearing him shout like, "How's about some liberty?" and like, "For democracy." And that's just very funny to hear him in a rage-induced voice. But there's also a scene or a potential sequence where you can get lit on fire. One of the weapons that you can carry is a flamethrower. There are other enemies and things that explode that might light you on fire. And I encountered a bug where one of my teammates, who was playing as the Yuri Lowenthal voiced version of the Helldiver, he got lit on fire, and then he stopped being lit on fire, but the voice acting of being on fire didn't stop. And so for like 12 minutes, I just heard Yuri Lowenthal going, "No, it burns! Stop! Make it stop!" of this guy just like running peacefully into the jungle.
That's
and it did.
Great.
Eventually he got killed and respawned, and then it stopped, which was almost a bummer at that point. But him just screaming forever was extremely comedic.
That's very good.
I had another one with, I jumped into a group of two dudes who were clearly in a party together that were unironically role-playing.
Oh, no.
Role-playing in this game happens a lot. It's very fun in a tongue-in-cheek way. Everyone's really buying into, like, the Super Earth, spreading freedom and democracy, which is in reality fascism. It's very much Empire from Star Wars or from Starship Troopers, if you've seen it. But these guys were like unironically pretending to be Helldivers and speaking in like strategic military lingo and calling each other by their call signs on the screen. And it was like right on the line of, is this funny? Is it cringy? It's definitely cringy because they're not trying to be funny, but I'm kind of enjoying it ironically.
Yeah. Do both of these guys own like 30 guns in real life? Or are they those guys?
Right? I don't think so, given how they both sound like your typical neckbeard basement dweller. Like one of them sounded like the angry comic book nerd from Simpsons.
Great.
Like he's like D2, make sure you check your six make sure the Hulk isn't approaching from the south. Like it was a little over the top, to where there were multiple times where I was like, is this a bit?
Yeah.
But no, the way it keeps going, it's not a bit. They really are talking like this. But the ironic role playing, I think, is very fun.
Yeah.
The unironic role playing was a little lame.
Yeah.
Because like I'm just like, would they be like this in Halo? Or like, do they give call outs in Call of Duty like this? It's just a little bit cringy. But the only thing that's been an overt negative to me in terms of the community, which by and large has been extremely positive, and like people are generally pretty helpful. There has been a lot of like min-maxing and people selecting specific mission types that level you up faster and only using the same type of guns because that's where the meta lies. Like, I wouldn't say I have not had any experiences with actual top toxic individuals, but there definitely is like the normal online multiplayer game shit where you'll find a million YouTube videos of like, what's the optimized class to play as? Like, make sure you're checking these missions to level up faster. Like that kind of stuff, which it always is going to invade games. It's still disappointing to see because this game is so unabashedly fun. Like, the best way to level up in Helldivers 2 is to play the fucking game and have fun. Who gives a shit? Like, that's not the point. It has not been pervasive by any means, but it's been a little bit annoying. At least for me, playing with primarily randoms, I've experienced a lot of it. But by and large, as I said, like all these the random bullshit that happens in this game is chef's kiss. It's amazing.
Yeah,
I'm loving it.
Totally. It really is. It's a vehicle for insane, fun, off the wall experiences, and I think a lot of that comes from its kind of like bombastic physics system.
Sure.
Like just get like I will, because I run around with a shield generator backpack. Every once in a while, I'll get like hit by one of the rocket automatons, and I won't die because of my shield, but I will go flying. And sometimes you go flying and you hit one of those like explosive plants, which makes you keep flying. And sometimes you hit another one and you just keep going. I there was one mission where I was like super far away from the drop, and my other squad mates had started or had called in the extraction, and there's no way I was gonna make it on time. But like my samples were off in the distance or whatever, and I wanted to go get them and see if I could make it back. And so I picked up the samples. I was on my way back, and I got hit by a rocket guy, and it blew me further away. And I was like, son of a bitch. But then I hit a plant, and it blew me back the other way, and I hit another plant, and it blew me even further towards the extraction. And by that point, I was close enough to get on before it left.
Yeah. Nice.
It's just like shit like that. It's so good.
It's very good.
What's not good is the latest update for a few reasons. They added in these new random weather events like meteor showers, earth tremors, volcanic activity, and stuff. I have found that stuff. It's the kind of thing that's like, oh, it's funny the first time, and then it's annoying because there's nothing you can do about it, because like, you can't see where the meteors are gonna hit, and you can't. It gives you
like a second of notice, like you see like a blue haze.
Yeah, and it's not it's not enough notice, and you die no matter what if it hits you. And like when you and I played last night, we did 2 matches or whatever, and in both times we played, our entire squad got wiped by one of those meteor things, and that just doesn't feel very good, because like it's one thing to like have difficult enemies, or like my suggestion last night was, what if you could see where they were going to land before they landed, and then there would be like a little bit of skill there where you could, it's like another oh god, what's the word? It's like another. Oh, I don't know why I can't think of the word. Another thing for you a visual thing for you to process, and like it's kind of it's then a skill thing up to you to interpret that information in the correct amount of time, in addition to everything else you're balancing.
A mission specific stratagem like that you can call in, that's like cover from the meteor shower or something, where it changes the gameplay, where now you need to hold a little spot and you can't leave, or else you're gonna get sniped by a meteor. Like there are ways to integrate it to add some of the randomness without it feeling, because like part of the frustration is the crazy shit that happens in this game has always been like by player design. Right. Like, if you get overrun by Terminids or automatons, like, it's because you fucked up. If you call in a stratagem that kills your teammate, it's because you fucked up. And this, like, the level of randomness that you can't prevent, that to me just is not as fun. Right. And you're right. Like, the first time it happens when you're goofing around with your buddies, it's funny when that happens. But when you're like out of reinforcements, trying to run to extraction with 2 minutes left after a 40-minute mission, and then your team gets wiped, and so you get significantly less of the resources that you collected over those 40 minutes, like that just isn't a great player experience.
No,
I have not seen commentary about it. Like, I don't know if the community is liking them or not.
I don't know.
So maybe, I don't know, maybe we're in the minority and other people just think it's goofy enough. But it kind of killed some of the fun when we were playing last night, because it's just frustrating.
It does feel like a bit of a departure from the rest of their game design. But like a localized shield generator to compensate for, like, and it lasts for like 2 minutes or whatever, or like a minute and a half.
Or even if they bake in stuff that's like, if you could use your shield backpack, and if that blocked the meteor when you got hit by it, then you can like plan, because it tells you ahead of time that there are meteors the effects on the planet. Yeah. So like if they designed it that way, just to give us a defense where like we need to adjust our strategy to account for the meteor shower, but don't just kill us every time.
Yeah, because the answer can't be, I just have to keep running and hope it doesn't hit me until I'm out of the radius of the meteor shower.
The randomness.
And then at that point, if it's on my objective and it's crashing to the ground, like I just have to wait for it to stop. Like that's not fun. to just wait for it to stop and then move in.
Yeah.
So something more active, a way for players to counter it, I think would be really good. But yeah, and then like you mentioned, today they added the mechs. I watched some gameplay of what it's like to be in a mech suit. It seems fucking awesome.
Sure does.
That seems really rad, and it was cool the way they introduced it too, because they like put out this announcement about on social media and in the Discord and stuff about how the production pipeline had been halted because of automaton interference in the production factories of these mechs, and so it became like a community goal for people to go do a defend mission or whatever on that planet, and once that was completed, it unlocked the mechs for use by the community. Like that shit is so cool. I love that. That's so good.
The community management stuff has been fantastic.
It's been really
There was another
good.
big community event that we failed, and it was, the memes have been amazing.
Yeah.
Malevelon Creek,
Helldivers
all of these
2 memes are real good. I saw someone is someone is making like faux military patches for it's like a Malevelon Creek veterans patch.
Right.
And I want one really bad.
Yeah, like all of that stuff. It just, and again, a lot of it's the flavor text and the personality and the thinly veiled fascism around the ideologies of this like war machine. Like all of that is just very, very funny.
Yeah.
And it lends itself to comedy outside of the game too. Like
right.
The memes and the videos and little clips that people share, like that part of the community has been super fun to follow.
Totally.
And, like the game's only been out for like a month. Like there's going to be way, way more, assuming that they continue to do a good job supporting it, which by all indications they are. Like they're already launching new content for it. And
yeah, there's a new.
there are hundreds of thousands
coming.
of people playing it. Yeah. So presumably they're going to keep running with lots of rapid updates, which is great. I wonder like how long it'll be until we get like a third enemy faction or like bigger
there is in the first Helldivers game there is a third enemy faction, so I think we already know what it's going to be, but I am really looking forward to that. And just like slowly over time, like introducing new types of POIs that will spawn on planets and slightly shaking up objectives and stuff like that. I think that's all things that will get added over time, and it's cool to play a game where the avenues of expansion are so obvious, because it makes me as a player feel like it's a good investment of my time, because I can see, because they're leaving spaces in the game already for it, I can see that there will be more, and it's a promise of more, not just like me crossing my fingers and hoping. It's like it's kind of baked into the design and their presentation and their marketing, everything. So it makes me as a consumer feel good about my time invested in it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can safely say this is a game I'm going to be playing for a long time.
Yeah.
And like it's not that it's super easy to pick up and play, because again the missions are pretty long. It's not like you can jump in and do a quick 15-minute session necessarily.
There is a shorter mission variant, but they've even, I think in the latest patch, I haven't played one since the patch, but they made them slightly longer and they made them a little bit more difficult. But yeah, so.
But point being, like, it is easy to drop in just for one mission.
Right.
It might take a half hour, 40 minutes, but like that gives me my fill. I don't need to sit and play Helldivers for 3 hours. I would love to, but I don't need to. The way, like, in order to get something out of a lot of other games, I need 2 hours, right? Like, if I we're going to talk about Final Fantasy VII. Like, I'm not going to hop into Final Fantasy VII for 45 minutes. I need a couple hours to like immerse myself and get, make progress in the story and the characters and all that stuff. Like, Helldivers is perfect for just one more mission, right? Like, just let me get a quick one before I go downstairs to end my day with my kids. Like, let me get my little escape in between work and being a dad. That basically is what I do.
Yeah.
So.
No, and I think that's good and healthy, and you're contributing to the spread of democracy in the galaxy.
Of course, yeah.
Glory
People
to Super Earth.
The bugs and the robots, they need those socialist automatons. They need to be educated.
Those Terminids need to figure out how to vote, bro.
Yeah,
vote or die.
You need to figure out how to not die first. I'm not going to give them long enough to figure that out.
Yeah.
So that's Helldivers 2. It's great. We'll probably chat about it again in the future with other fun stories and whatnot, and big updates and things like that. But what do you say we move on to some Final Fantasy VII Rebirth?
Oh, another big hitter.
Yeah. Lots of, or not lots, but two, like, early Game of the Year contenders. And then, as we mentioned, Skull and Bones, maybe an early Games That Suck contender.
Ooh.
So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. You are farther than I am. You've put in more time, which is pretty typical of any video game that we're both playing.
Yeah.
You've played more than me. So as I mentioned, like, had we talked about this a week ago, I would have grossly different feelings. So prior to when we were originally going to start the podcast, I had played through what's effectively Chapter 1, which is basically like an hour and a half to 2 hour long flashback. And then after that, it dumps you into Calm, which is, obviously a big piece of the original game where you can run around. That's basically where they tutorialize everything for you. They introduce you to Queen's Blood, which is the card game, because there's always a card game in a Final Fantasy game. And you basically run around and talk to a bunch of people and do little things, and some story happens. And then they dump you into the big open world, right? So prior to the start of last podcast, I had started the big open world. I had done a little bit of exploration, a little bit of combat, but that was it. It had mostly been this 2 hour long flashback where there is, there are a couple of bosses and plenty of combat, but it's a lot of, like, it's not current stuff, right? Like, it's looking back at an old mission that Cloud and Sephiroth went on together. And then the Calm stuff, which is very low key. You're just wandering around this little city and talking to people. And then the beginning of the open world, which is pretty directionless unless you just beeline for where the story wants to take you.
Right.
Which I'm never going to do, right? Like, who would ever do that? So having played that chunk of the game, which was, 3 to 3.5 hours of the game, I was not having fun at all. Like, I was grossly disliking everything about the game. I found the flashback stuff, the story stuff, to be very trite and frankly boring a lot of times. The way it keeps, not spoilers, it's the first 2 hours of the game, but it keeps cutting back to modern day with Cloud and Barrett and Tifa and Aerith all sitting in a room talking. And, like, every time it cuts back to them, someone's like, "What are you gonna?" I guess by someone I mean Barrett, because that's the voice I'm clearly gonna do. And he's like, "Are you gonna get to the part where Sephiroth's the bad guy?" And the Cloud's like, "Just you wait." And then it cuts back, and then 20 minutes later it cuts back, and Barrett's like, "I don't know, Sephiroth seems like a pretty nice guy to me. When does he become evil?" And Cloud's like, "Don't you worry, I'm gonna tell you." And then it goes back, and it's like it does that like 3 or 4 times. And I was like, dude, every time it cut back to the modern time, I was like, okay, fucking finally we're gonna move forward. And then it didn't. And so that I found to be exceptionally tedious. The game does not do a good job in the very beginning of giving you a combat tutorial. And, like, it's been a couple of years, right, since I played Remake. I don't remember all the buttons. There's a lot of options in combat. I don't know. And then it has you playing as Sephiroth for a while, and he has way more shit at his disposal combat-wise, and I was very overwhelmed.
Yeah.
And then it dumps you into Calm, and they just tutorialize everything all at once. All of the materia upgrading, all of the weapon upgrading, the new folio system, which is how you level up your characters, the Queen's Blood tutorial that they get. Like, it was just the typical JRPG thing of, we're going to introduce every single system in this game to you in the span of 15 minutes, and you're not going to fucking remember any of it. And oh, hey, now you're out in the open world. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I'm overwhelmed. This is not how Rebirth felt to me, Remake felt to me. That game felt paced so much better in the beginning. I felt like I got a really good handle on the combat immediately. I'm not feeling that in this game. And I was just not enjoying myself at all. And so I was fully prepared to come into the podcast and be super bummed to report that I don't like this game. And then I played 2 more hours after we delayed recording, and I had a fucking blast. I went and did the next story mission, which is where they bring back fucking Chadley, the most annoying character in the history of video games. But he walks you through more advanced combat tutorials.
Right.
There are specific tutorials for each character, different combinations of characters that tell you more how to use your synergy abilities and your special abilities and how to manage staggers and juggling, and like it just gives you way more context in those tutorials. And after doing that, I went out and explored the world and was having way more fun with the combat. I also finally figured out the menus, which are super overwhelming and terribly cluttered, and I force myself to figure out what button I need to press on which menu to do which thing. I reorganize my teams so that I exclusively fight as Tifa because she's the best. And like I was having so much more fun with the combat. So I'm happy to report that I'm right fucking back on. I have some other negatives, which I know you're going to share, so I'm going to let you talk about that stuff first. But overall, I'm way, way more enjoying it than I did at the beginning. And I'm so relieved because this was my number one most hyped game for this year. And if this game came out and I didn't like it, I was going to be like, oh no, what am I going to play this year? There isn't a lot left that I'm excited about.
Well, I mean, there's not a lot left, period. There's hardly anything coming out this year.
Yeah.
For now. But yeah, I agree with a lot of your point. It is extremely overwhelming in the beginning. I think the open world does it a grave disservice. I think it is that is it is entirely a net negative.
Yes.
Well, I guess saying entirely net is stupid. It is a net negative. Saying entirely net negative is not how that should be worded. It is a net negative.
Making this game an open world game was a poor decision.
Yes.
At least where we are in the game, which you're farther than me, but we're still like generally in the same area. You're still in that first big open area, right?
No way, dude. No.
Oh, you've played a lot more.
I'm like 30 hours in, bro.
Oh shit, man.
Yeah.
I hate you. I'm so jealous.
I'm really far. And I hate every open world area with a flaming fervent passion. It feels empty.
Yes.
And
the little enemy clusters are so spread out.
They are I will say, like, later on, they do tend to have more of them. But they don't, like, getting them to respawn is a little bit of a trick. And so there are a couple different difficulty options. You can play where all of the enemies scale with you all the time, so it's a consistent difficulty throughout the entire game. I think I've talked about this on the podcast before. I fucking hate game design like that, because where's the power fantasy? If it's going to feel the same the whole time, why am I playing it?
But hey, making it optional is a good choice.
Yes.
Because some people might like that. Because, a lot of people that they want 100%, they want to go back to those areas, and they don't want it to be mindless, I destroy everything in one hit. For those people, it's great to have that option.
Sure. Those people are wrong.
Option being the operative
But
word.
that's good. Yeah. So I am playing on the difficulty where everything is kind of level gated. The problem with that is, if you're doing that approach, they are expecting you. The primary way to grind in this game is to do all of the side missions, because that's where you get the most XP. It's hard to trigger enemies to respawn within a given area, and fighting enemies doesn't give you very much XP per battle. And unlike a turn-based Final Fantasy VII, the battles just take much longer, especially if the enemies are around your level, because you're having to, like, set up pressures and staggers and try to remember what conditions trigger all of that for every enemy while you're fighting. And if you don't remember, you have to pause the action to check the assess thing and all this. Like, it's too much, and I don't like the combat. I didn't like the combat in Remake. This one has made it worse for me because they've added this synergy thing to it, which is like this whole... It's too much for me to track, and I'm not having a good time with it. So, on one side, I'm grateful that I have a way to level without doing a bunch of battles. On the other side, all of that side stuff is dumb and bad, and I don't like it.
It's 10-year-old open world game design.
Totally.
Like it's the shit that you saw in Assassin's Creed Origins. Like it's you climb this tower and press a button to unlock all the side activities, and then the side activities are just largely tedious. Find these treasure chests, have your chocobo dig for a little item. Like it's a bunch of little random bullshit.
Yes.
They're and granted, I'm still relatively early. I went back to Calm because it tells you to go back because there are some side missions. I've done a couple of those, so not a ton of like the actual side missions. What we're talking about, the side activities that you're unlocked by climbing the tower. Those are tedious. The side missions I generally have enjoyed. Because they've got some story stuff to them.
Right. Yeah. And the side missions typically have a party member assigned to them.
And
so when you do that, you gain some like extra insight, or there's a conversation or something, and you get a little bit of like relationship affinity with that side character, or that not side character, with that party member.
There's too much of that shit though.
Yeah,
because like
there's too many meters and too many things.
Your characters have a level. And when they level up, you're getting points to a lot in the folios, which is basically like the level up system, which is pretty like it is not robust. There aren't a ton of options. You're not getting a ton of. It's not like the sphere grid where there's like a million things.
It may look like the sphere grid, but I tell you,
it does actually.
It is.
It looks like the sphere grid in a fucking book.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's your individual character levels, and then you also have your party level, and then you also have your like, personal affinities, which I haven't seen that manifest in a gameplay way. I doubt that it does. I think it's more about
it's all story.
It's
stuff. All story moment stuff, like who is available for what thing throughout the story. Yeah. And
presumably, like, some of the dialogue options will, or not options, but like some of the dialogue will be different depending on your character affinity and stuff. But
that's right.
Point being, like, there are too many things that you're leveling up. It's just unnecessary.
Right. And then also, and that's also the materia is leveling up, and then your weapon, you have a weapon level.
Right. And the weapon level, I'm still very confused by, because essentially, like,
I don't know how it happens either.
You fight with a particular weapon, and with each weapon you have multiple options for like the special ability or like the extra stat effect on a weapon, and when you equip that into your weapon, after X amount of time you max that out, and then it's just available on your weapon no matter what, and then you can switch to the other one. So like,
but that is independent of your weapon level.
Yes, also correct. Yeah, that is correct. And point being, too much shit, too many meters. Too many meters were going up.
Too many systems, too many meters.
That's really, like, that's the best descriptor for this game when it comes to its systems and mechanics. There's just too much. They need to strip out. There are too many meters you're leveling up. There are too many options in combat for how to fight enemies. There are too many ways of customizing your gear and your party. Like, you can also assign shortcuts for each, party member for their special moves. Like, it's system overload and menu overload, frankly, because you're literally having to do all of that in the pause menu, and that's just really tedious, and it feels outdated. Like, I don't want to spend a bunch of time in menus in this immersive open world story-based RPG. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
It's unnecessary, and that stuff was nowhere near as complex in the first game.
No.
And that wasn't, like, that isn't a system of it being an open world game. And so I just don't know why they did that. It's like, it's a sequel. They need to add more, but you don't need to add more. You can add new, but by adding new, you can also take out stuff that maybe didn't work as well.
Yeah, for sure.
And they didn't do that. They just added more.
Right. Yeah, and like, I also want to touch on some of the story stuff and do it in a non-spoilery way. It's my issues are more around like kind of how the story is being told. It's very Kingdom Hearts, and it's like like a classic Square Enix, early 2000s kind of Kingdom Heartish style of writing and performance and pacing.
And by that you mean everything is really corny and over the top, and also you have no idea what's going on.
Precisely, yes. But
the characters are endearing.
Yes, the characters are endearing. Everything is unnecessarily complex and obfuscated. And even more so than the original, because if people have played the original Final Fantasy VII, there are some twists and turns in there that are surprising, and it's part of why the story has stood the test of time, is that people, weren't expecting all of the world building that happened around it and some of the exciting character moments. This game still has those, but it's also building on that classic setup in new ways, because at the end of Remake it kind of sets the game and the universe in a new direction, and it's sprinkling that stuff in, and part of that is endemic to it being the middle chapter in a trilogy, right? Like, so this, it's inherently, it is going to be the least impactful and the least, because there won't really be a resolution because there's going to be a third chapter.
Yeah, and there also isn't really a beginning,
right?
Like there isn't like that big
it's
inciting
already
event.
begun. So the middle chapters are hard, and I think they've done a good job filling it with a lot of character development that they didn't make as much space for in Remake. But all of the main plot stuff, I think, really is suffering. Whether it's because of the expansion of that section of the original into a full game or what, I don't know. But I really feel like the breadcrumbs are super few and far between, and also kind of nonsensical. Like, it's just a series of MacGuffins, just one after the other, which is a little frustrating because it's like, you know, you've already set the precedent that you're not holding to the constraints of the original story's framework. So why aren't you better at this? It's a little frustrating that way. And I think it's hilarious that they were out there saying, oh no, this is an experience that stands on its own. You don't have to have played the first one. Like, marketing people are going to market. There is zero chance. Like legitimately, if you have not played the original Final Fantasy VII, if you have not played Crisis Core Reunion, if you have not played Dirge of Cerberus, if you have not watched Advent Children, you will not understand significant portions of this game's story. At least, again, I have not seen it through to the end, so I don't know if they kind of backfill in some stuff, but I'm picking up on a lot of things going on right now that I'm like, everyone else would just be so confused. The only reason I know is because I've played those games recently, and I've watched, like, story explainer videos in preparation. Yeah, I will say,
like, they have their, like, 3-minute catch up on the story so far thing that's baked into the game, which I do appreciate. And like, I think it's a well-produced piece of content.
It is.
I don't think it tells you what the fuck's going on up until that point. I think it misses, having played Remake, I think it misses a lot of important details and characters.
Yeah.
Which may not be important because they weren't in the fucking story so far video. But, I did not find it helpful as a refresher. I had to go to YouTube and like, remind me what happened here.
Yeah, there are quite
much
a few,
more straightforward.
Yeah, there are quite a few characters that pop in for not insignificant amounts of side stuff and even a little bit of main stuff. Characters that pop in who, if you have not played Remake, you don't know who the fuck they are or why they matter or what the relationship is, and they're not doing a great job of explaining all of that stuff. So, standalone, it certainly is not, but I don't know that many people believed them when they said that, but just know that going into it. I have really conflicting feelings about it, because I am in it for the story. The gameplay's not doing much for me. And there are mini games upon mini games upon mini games, like not even counting the gold saucer stuff, like the little activities that you do out in the world. There's all these little mini games, all these things that just take forever that aren't fun, and it's just inputting buttons, and who fucking cares? And it's not adding anything, it's just padding. That drives me nuts. Then there are like some good chunky meaty cutscenes where like a lot of stuff is happening, and I love the characters, but then also nothing fucking makes sense, even though ostensibly I should know everything there is to know in this moment.
I'm a little conflicted. I'm fighting myself very in the middle on like all aspects, because like I'm having a lot more fun with the combat now that I feel like it's clicked for me, but there's still too much. Like, I'm ignoring the synergy shit, which I'm sure will hurt me at some point. Like, I'm sure I will need to investigate that stuff.
There are enemies and bosses that can only be staggered by utilizing the synergy system.
Love it.
And
great.
Like, it's not complicated once you understand it, but I was listening to a podcast, and apparently I didn't realize this. So there are synergy skills that you could pop using the little pips or whatever. And then I have not gone back to the game since I listened to this. Are there also synergy attacks that you can just do at any time?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I had been not using any synergy stuff because I thought I had to save up those pips. And like, you in a normal battle with enemies, it doesn't last long enough for you to build up that stuff and utilize them.
I have not used a single synergy attack in a fight because they don't last long enough.
Yeah, you simply don't have to.
Abilities.
Yeah, you simply don't have to until you do.
Sure.
And that's a bummer.
Love that.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah. And at that point, like, what is it adding to the experience, and why is it cool? Please tell me, because I'm not seeing it.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like the way we're talking about it has been generally negative. I am having fun now. I don't know if that will continue, given everything that you're saying. Like, the open world stuff is not doing it for me. The story is not doing it for me. But not in a way that, like, I'm done with the game. I want to continue to play it.
It's just
very
like
long.
there is plenty of variety in there. It's just nothing is interesting to do. So at least you're not doing the same boring, dumb things over and over again. Like, they do switch it up a lot. I just find none of that satisfying, personally. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's all about the character. There is so much good character stuff. Again, it's very melodramatic. Like, the pacing on line delivery drives me fucking nuts. Because it's like, how is this still a problem? People know how to do that well. How come those people aren't working for you? And yeah, but despite all of the negative stuff, it's like, God damn, that music is good.
The music is awesome.
Like, the way that, the way that the music will flow into combat versions and out of combat versions seamlessly. All the orchestrations of the classic songs, like Tifa's theme. Oh man, the music is so incredible, and I cannot even fathom how many tracks there must be, because there's just so much music. Like, every mini game has its own song. Like, it's crazy.
I also think the game looks incredible.
Yeah, it looks very good.
I'm not a huge fan of the, like, hyper-realistic approach to the literal look of the open world, at least in the first area.
Yeah.
Like, it feels it doesn't feel fantasy enough to me. It's also a complete pain to navigate, but that's a whole separate issue. Right. But, like, I think, like, it's the combat in particular, it gives a little bit of Forspoken energy. It's not as over the top with, particle effects and colors and stuff, but, like, it's got a little bit of that. I think it's handled a lot better. Like, I agree, can see what's going on. But just, I mean, the general aesthetic of Final Fantasy has always done it for me, and this is no exception.
Right.
My only criticism is I feel like Tifa's face looks weird. Because, like, Tifa is, like, the all-time hottie in video games. And I feel like her face looks weird in this game.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
It just...
Are you playing
Are you playing
on performance,
she looks like,
or fidelity?
I am,
okay.
Yes.
I am also playing on performance. I did switch to graphics mode at one point, just to, like, see what it was. The characters do look a lot better. Okay. Like, they're doing some character model scale down of some stuff in performance mode, I think. So maybe that's it, but
yeah, could be. It's just like I'll have to compare it to remake, because, like, she looks like very Uncanny Valley. She doesn't look like an actual human being. Something about her face.
Okay,
but I mostly said that as a joke. It's not that big of a deal.
No, it's a big deal. Tifa is what I'm looking at the most in this game.
That's true. You're not. Although every character in this game is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Like, even the random NPCs are all hot. Like, they designed some beautiful human
they're all
fucking...
all of the NPCs are TikTok influencers.
Yes, they all look like amateur models. Yeah. So you mentioned other Final Fantasy games as being a necessity to understanding what's going on in Rebirth. I notice you also have been playing some Dirge of Cerberus.
Yeah, so
Why?
So my buddy decided he was going to play through every Final Fantasy VII related game before playing Rebirth, which I respect. Right. It's insane, but I respect. He's beaten Final Fantasy VII, and I watched him play a little bit of that. He played the PlayStation version, which has some quality of life stuff, like speed up and, like, invincible mode and stuff, because he was trying to get the story.
Okay.
And then he moved on to Crisis Core Reunion, and I watched him play almost all of that, and he powered through it, and it was a painful experience because that game is bad. It is a good version of a bad game. Don't at me. And then kind of the next step was Dirge of Cerberus, and I had fond memories of Dirge of Cerberus. I never beat it, but I remembered really liking playing it. It was just like an interesting take on the third-person shooter genre, and it was just in that weird era, PlayStation 2, where people were just trying stuff. All the game, like, a lot of those games have kind of the same color palette, but they're all, like, wildly different.
I'm trying to remember this game. It was very like Devil May Cry, right?
Yeah,
like it was like a third person action
yes.
mix of like sword and guns and shit.
Yeah,
I don't think I ever played it.
Yeah, it's mostly shooting, guns and stuff.
Okay,
but that game is that game's still really cool. Dirge of Cerberus is still pretty rad, dude. You play as Vincent Valentine. It takes place after the events of Final Fantasy VII, so I do find it interesting. The main villains are Deep Ground, I believe is what they're called. They're a force, a Shinra secret task force division that were deep underground underneath, I believe, the Shinra Manor, maybe? Okay. Or maybe Shinra HQ. There's some stuff going on under Shinra Manor, too. But you actually, in the remake, you fall through into a deep ground facility in Final Fantasy VII Remake for a small bit, and it's where you fight one of those fucked up enemies down in the underground lab facility thing.
Don't remember that.
It's well, yeah. Anyways, so it's centered around them as as antagonists, and if you think it, well, I do. I think Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is very Kingdom Hearts. Dirge of Cerberus, which came out around the Kingdom Hearts games, is so Kingdom Hearts. Like, the main antagonist chick, she looks like they just popped her out of the Thrawn level in Kingdom Hearts 2. It's crazy. Like, they have all the same, like, round face, big eyes, big feet. It's that whole style. It's so weird. And then there's Vincent, who just, like, doesn't look like that. It's so weird. But the game itself is very cool. It's a fine third-person shooter that has very generous lock-on and, like, aim assist and stuff. But the cool thing about it is, as you're playing through the levels and you're killing enemies, at the end of a level you get experience. And you can either take that as experience and level up your character, or you can take that number and get a gil equivalent and use that money to, like, upgrade your weapons and stuff. So you kind of get to pick and choose. That also happens if you die. Like, if you die at a boss battle, you then up, like, everything you've accrued in the level up to that point, you then get as XP or gil and can upgrade your character a little bit and then try the boss battle again, which is a neat feature. You also have 3 weapon slots, and there's a lot of weapon customization. Like, you're building, it's sort of like Dead Space 3, where you're building what the weapon is out of these other component parts, and so therefore you can make it behave in different ways. And so, like, there's a revolver gun frame, a machine gun frame, a shotgun gun frame, and a rifle gun frame. And probably some other ones I haven't encountered yet, but and then there's, like, scopes and all these other attachments and add-ons and stuff that you can also upgrade that make the guns behave in different ways as well. Like, one of the attachments you can add on the revolver one makes it more like a magnum, so it's slower firing but higher damage, stuff like that. And I found all of that customizing to be really neat. And then again, like I said, you have 3 presets that you can cycle through during combat. You can also equip materia onto the weapons and fire the materia off as, like, a secondary fire kind of thing during combat. It's pretty cool.
Are you playing it on PS2?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Because that was my question. Is I didn't know if they had done a re-release on any other thing.
No, they have not re-released it anywhere. So I am playing on legitimate hardware.
Maybe on the PC there's probably a way to play it, not that you would know.
I don't know what you're even talking about.
Yeah.
But Dirge of Cerberus is still really cool. I would encourage people to legally obtain a copy of it and play it on legal hardware.
Sure.
Because also, like, a lot of the character stuff from that game, I'm wondering, because we've been in Deep Ground in the remake for a short amount of time, I'm wondering if any of that stuff is going to come back around. Certainly, there's a lot in Dirge of Cerberus that has to do with Lucrezia, who I'm not going to say who she is because that would be a spoiler. But she's a very big deal, and I am hoping we find out a little bit more about her in the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth timeline. Because it seems like we might be leaning that direction in some ways, but if you know, you know. And then for Crisis Core, there are two characters. Are they from... yes, they're from Deep Ground, I believe. It's Weiss and Nero are two antagonists from Deep Ground. Nero's the dude who has bandages all over him, and he has, like, really crazy black hole gravity magic powers. Weiss is, like, a dude with, like, spiky long gray hair and looks like an Organization 13 member. I believe... So, at the end of Crisis Core Reunion, two people, one with black hair, one with silver hair, pick up Genesis, who is another soldier character. They pick up his body and take it with them. And then while Zack is, like, passed out or half alive or whatever. And so I have not seen anything to this effect yet, but I'm wondering if they're going to... And you fight either Weiss or Nero at the end of the intermission DLC for Remake. He's the one who kills Yuffie's friend.
Okay.
At the end of the DLC.
I'm remembering now.
I think it was Nero. And then
I do not remember.
Supposedly
he had a bow staff. I remember that.
Okay. I think you also fight one of the duo in Dirge of Cerberus, which again takes place after those events. So they could be retconning Dirge of Cerberus stuff. It might not matter, but I know for a fact that the reunion stuff matters because they re-released it recently. And
But that doesn't mean that it's going to be germane to what they're doing with Final Fantasy VII, though, because they made it very clear that this is like a multiversal, like this is a completely different kind of thing. Like, point being, like, I don't think there is a canon they are following in this new trilogy of games.
Yeah, maybe. I just, with them showing Deep Ground in Remake, and it being like a whole level that you go through and stuff and fight a boss and all that, and it's like tied to Hojo and shit. Yeah, I get a sense that Weiss and Nero are going to play some form of role in the story, is my instinct.
Yeah. No, I think that they're going to leverage as much as they can the existing characters and, you know, places and like story beats. My point is more like they may mess with the timeline. They may mess with like the outcomes and like the relationships. That's what I mean. Like I wouldn't expect any character to show up in these games and be the same as they were in other Final Fantasy VII related games.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right there. But yeah, so that's, you know, I've had a lot of Final Fantasy VII in my brain recently.
Yeah.
Which it has made it more enjoyable to play through Rebirth because I'm picking up on more things, but I do feel like, I'll restate what I said earlier, if you don't have knowledge of a lot of those things, your experience will be less because of it, at least as far as I am right now. They may clear up some of that stuff towards the end of the game or whatever, and then it provides context for things that you've played already, and you can look back on it and it'll make more sense, but yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. I feel like we said a lot of bad things about it and not a lot of good things.
That's what I'm
I
that's
still
what I was
like
saying
it.
Before,
I still like it.
Yes, I am also liking it. I have a lot of criticisms for it, and to me, like, the criticisms are more frustrating because they're criticisms that weren't present in the previous game.
Sure.
Which, like that's just annoying when that happens,
Yeah.
because I loved the first game.
Yeah.
And this, I'm loving it less in almost every way,
Yeah.
which that sucks.
I'm getting all the vibes I wanted from it. I'm just having to wade through more bullshit to get them.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I love how goofy it is. That's the biggest best thing I'll say about it.
Yeah.
Compared to a game like Final Fantasy 16, which I was super turned off by the tone.
Yeah.
Like giving me the weird Final Fantasy stuff
Yes.
and giving it to me, often.
Yeah, I think I said
about.
that's why Final Fantasy 16 didn't feel like a Final Fantasy game to me.
Yeah.
There was none of the weird stuff. And what weird stuff there was, it was like slightly sprinkled in some of the side missions, and that's about it. But like this is
Final
chock
Fantasy
full
15,
of it.
15 was missing a lot of the weirdness too,
yeah.
and that's one of the reasons I bounced off that game. Like most of the weirdness, at least in the first 10 to 12 hours, which is what I played before I got too bored, most of the weirdness in that game was just based in misogyny around the like Sid character and her being just that game's got a lot of problems. I'm not a fan of Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's move on.
It's a good idea.
Go ahead and chat about Skull and Bones, and then I can also talk briefly about Phantom Liberty because I finished that,
Nice.
and that way I can do a bad game and a good game at once. So Skull and Bones. Look, I didn't buy Skull and Bones. Let's not get crazy here. I played the beta because I wanted to be able to talk about it on the podcast. It was exactly what I expected it to be. It's not an offensively bad video game, but it is a bad, boring video game. Like, there are just so many design decisions that make zero sense. The only time you can leave your ship is to go into the towns. And in the towns, the only thing there is for you to do is interact with vendors. Like, they 100% could have made the towns just a menu that you go into. There's just zero reason to do anything else, and zero reason to want to leave your ship. Like, you can't even, when you do like resource gathering, you don't even leave your ship to gather resources. A little mini game pops up while you're on your boat, and you do the mini game to like chop down a tree, and it's basically just like a QTE
That's
that you do
weird.
to chop down a tree while you're on your ship. It doesn't make any sense. It's very boring. All of the missions that I played were essentially either fetch quests of go get this number of resources, meaning chop down trees, blow up boats, kill a shark, or the missions are like the head pirate guy being like, oh, this other pirate, we hate him so much, you're gonna hate him as much as I do, go kill him and bring back, the booty. And then you go and you sink his ship, and you never even see the fucker's face to like know how much you hate him. He's just another boat that looks like all the other boats.
This game needs the Nemesis system.
It does. It needs something. To like build immersion, and the biggest way to build immersion would be like, let me walk around and do more, let me jump out of my ship and swim and dive. Basically make Assassin's Creed Black Flag 2. Like, that's what you should have done.
That's what everybody
that game
wants.
is so much better. Like, even like that game came out over a decade ago. The ship combat is more fun, at least my memory, right? My memory is that it's more fun and rewarding than the ship combat in this game. There's certainly more variety in this game of like the weapons you can use and things like that. But the weapons that they've added to give variety are fucking stupid. There's a type of like there's a cannon that you fire at your teammates' ships to heal them. What? Why? That doesn't make any sense. Like, you're supposed to be building this pirate game, but you shoot your friend to make him feel better. There is stamina in when you're on your ship, which from a gameplay perspective, I know why they would add a stamina meter. The thing is, your dudes aren't rowing on your ship. You're using your sails. Why would there be stamina when you have the fucking wind? It's like they spent a lot of time making this game. They thought a lot about how to make this game.
It's the world's first quadruple A video game, Shea.
That's what I've heard. But it makes these decisions all the more baffling because it feels like this game was made by people that don't play video games, that don't understand what is fun and rewarding about video games, much less what is fun and rewarding about a fucking pirate video game. It's like an AI made a video game. Yeah, a little bit. But again, like the moment to moment stuff, it's not like it doesn't function. Like, I had small amounts of fun. There are basically like little missions or world events that happen where you kind of have to hold a territory, and enemy ships keep like spawning from the horizon. They come to try to take you out or like kill the ship that you're trying to protect, and that kind of thing is a little bit fun, right? Because there's some momentum and some like tension around trying to do the thing, but like that's kind of it. And then you do it, and then you get your little reward, and then you go buy a green cannon instead of the uncommon cannon instead of the common cannon. Yeah, oh yeah, there's like weapon color rarity in this game. It's dumb. It's a poorly designed, poorly thought out video game, and like no one gives a shit about it, which we all knew was going to happen. So it's just, yeah, it's I gave it the 2 hours in the beta. I'm quote unquote glad that I did so that I could report back about it. But yeah, like I got nothing out of it. Even the most fun parts of it were very bland. So don't play it. Not that you were gonna, but don't.
Yeah, you know what they should do, and they won't because they have Skull and Bones. But they should just remaster Black Flag and re-release
They might. Dude, the right now there are more people playing Black Flag on Steam than there are playing Skull and Bones. Like when Skull and Bones, and that's not a joke.
That's
like when Skull and
amazing.
Bones came out, the Black Flag, like the peak, concurrent users like doubled. It was like 2,500 people or something at one time playing Black Flag.
Incredible.
Because that's exactly what happened. Like, this game came out, it was bad, and so people wanted to go play the good version.
Right.
So, yes, they should remaster Black Flag. They might. I don't know. They need money. They're going to do what they need to do.
Yeah, they need
money.
some fucking money, dude. And that well is running dry, so.
Very dry. And not very many people can acquire them because all of the big publishers that could acquire them are either doing poorly or, like in Microsoft's case, just had to fight through court in order to be able to acquire someone. They're not going to acquire someone else.
Yeah, also
they're running out of options.
Yeah, funding is extra expensive right now as well, which is why Embracer is doing so poorly. But
we'll get
well, that's not why, but that is also a part of why Embracer is doing poorly. All right, that's a bummer because I fucking love a good pirate game. I guess I'll just have to wait for, oh god, what is it? Cat Tales or whatever? Pirates of the Caribbean? Cat Quest, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yes, but there's also, what's the pirate game that's being made by the Ori people?
Oh, yeah, that's more like a general fantasy with some pirate vibes. But
it's got pretty heavy pirate vibes.
Yeah,
but
that looks incredible.
It does, but you're not on a pirate ship or anything.
No.
So that's Skull and Bones. I also finished Phantom Liberty. I talked about this last episode, so I don't need to spend a ton of time. But I did finish it.
Yay.
I did like all, or at least everything I could find in terms of like the side missions and stuff. I did really enjoy it. I would reconfirm my opinions about it last time, which is to say, I found the world of Dogtown to be surprisingly differentiated from the rest of the game, but significantly less interesting than the other areas in the base game. Without getting into story spoilers, just like with the base game, I really loved the areas of gray in your decision making, especially like towards the end of the game.
Yeah,
I really felt like I at least to a point had like authorship over the decisions I was making.
Yeah, you don't get to feel that way very often in games.
Yeah, unfortunately, that didn't extend all the way. There's like one you basically have to make a binary choice of who you're going to side with. And unfortunately, you and I, Kyle, made the same choice. Otherwise, it'd be fun to be able to compare. Because it seems like things can go vastly differently if you go the other route.
Right.
But there's, I make the choice. The missions play out. There's a final confrontation where I tried to make it happen in the way that I would have wanted to and my V would have wanted to, and the game didn't let me.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
And I died like 6 times because I kept trying different dialogue options, and like I tried to move in a different way to see if there was like a way to get myself out of it, and no, I just kept dying over and over and over again. And I had to eventually do the thing that I didn't want to do.
Right.
So that was frustrating. Hey, maybe there's a way I didn't think of that you can actually get out of doing the thing. I doubt it, but maybe there is a way. But just generally, I love the gray in CD Projekt Red's storytelling. They're awesome at that, and that I thought really carried all the way through. There were a couple like false endings where it kind of felt like the missions went on a little bit longer than I would have expected. At least with the choice that you and I made, there's a point where you go to like an airport, basically, that like I thought I was going to be done before I went to the airport, and like and then there's another hour and a half.
And there's some fucking cool ass sequences in there too.
Yes, for sure,
good shit. Sure.
I think generally, not that I was disappointed because I really liked it, but there are a couple of key things that I was disappointed in.
Yeah.
In particular, like with the main bad guy, Hansen of the story, the way that confrontation plays out, at least with the choice that I made, was really underwhelming. It's possible it would not be that way had I chosen the other way. But I loved it. I really, really enjoyed a lot of the side missions and the level of depth and like impressive amount of additional story they added for all of those side missions.
Yeah.
It's worth saying, like, I have not gone back to Cyberpunk since I finished Phantom Liberty. Granted, Helldivers, Final Fantasy now, like, I've got a bunch of other shit that I'm really deep into, but I do fully intend on going back and finishing Cyberpunk again, especially now that, you know, playing as a female V and I'm with Judy. Like, in the original game, I made a choice to help Hanako because I thought that I would be able to help her in like a positive way. It did not turn out that way at all. That went very bad for me, to the point where I reloaded my save and made a different choice because I was like, this feels like it's the objectively worst ending you can get.
Yeah.
I was like on a space hospital and just like, it's a very, very bad, depressing ending.
Yeah.
So then I went back, I called in Pan Am and went with her crew and kind of took over that way and rode off with her into the sunset. So I'm planning on making a different decision this time around and see how that stuff plays out. But it's one of those things where like I got a lot of shit to play, so I don't know. It might be months before I get back to the base game and actually see it all the way through.
Okay.
So Phantom Liberty's great.
There's a Phantom Liberty ending that ends the game. Do you know what it is?
A choice that you make in Phantom Liberty that ends the game?
Yes.
It's been a couple of weeks. I don't remember what that would have been.
Okay, so if you're listening, you haven't played Phantom Liberty yet, spoilers for one of the endings of Phantom Liberty.
Skip a couple minutes ahead.
Skip ahead a couple of minutes. So I don't remember what the choice is, but basically what happens is you get Johnny removed from your brain, but it also like resets you. And you just become like an NPC in the world, basically. Like you just disappear into the Night City as just like a regular person without your memories. It resets your personality or whatever. And like that's one of the ending. And so the game ends. Yeah, isn't that
I would
that
consider
crazy?
That a bad ending too.
Yeah, that's a bad ending. But isn't that wild? It reminds me of
cool.
the Far Cry 4 ending where
if you just sit there for long
you sit there long enough at the beginning, or if you blow up his helicopter before he flies all the way away and the game ends. It kind of felt like one of those things, which I think is really interesting.
Yeah. That stuff's fun.
Yeah.
So that's Phantom Liberty. It was great. If you have listened to our Games That Don't Suck from 2023 podcast, I have no regrets, I'll say that, about the decision we made in our rankings of games on that podcast. I stand by those things.
Awesome. So, yay.
Feeling good. Yeah.
Good.
Really enjoyed my time with it. I'm bummed that it's the only DLC we're going to get, but they've got a lot of stuff they're working on. So I'm excited for what comes next for that team.
Yeah, me too.
How about you tell me about another hot new release, Pacific Drive?
Yeah. So this one, this one shows really well. I remember like the first trailer or whatever that released for it. It's like, oh, this is my shit. This is very cool. So it is a roguelike kind of run-based game that has, kind of a meta progression, where you're driving a car inside of an exclusion zone, and the car is part of the exclusion zone. There are these things that everything is always changing inside of this zone, and some things even if they're really old, can appear new or can like manifest and have their own powers and things. It's intendedly mystifying or kind of mystical and stuff like that. So this car is one of these like objects of power, for lack of a better phrase. I don't remember what they call it in the game. And you go into the zone and you come upon this car after falling into one of these traps or whatever that the zone has for you, like an anomaly gets you, I guess I should say. An anomaly gets you and you get transported and you end up next to this relic object of power car, and you drive it for a little bit and come upon this like kind of a safe space, which is a mechanic's garage. And you're getting kind of drip fed story through the radio in your car and stuff like that, and like loudspeakers over the mechanics station of people that are outside the zone who are like scientists and kind of are experimenting and trying to understand the zone. And there's like clearly like some corporate espionage stuff going on there, and also like some science research, and people know a little more than they're letting on, and there's some narrative stuff happening there. But the main loop of the game is you are taking this vehicle and going on runs through the zone. You're mapping out a route on the board, and then you're following that route. You kind of fast travel along the road, and it does the fun little like line on a map that shows your progression. You arrive at a location, and that location generates randomly based on some various factors and modifiers and stuff. And you just drive through that area, and you're picking up resources. You're breaking down old cars using like these scrapping tools and getting raw resources that you'll then fill up your trunk with and hopefully extract and take back to the mechanic's garage to then spend on upgrades and make your car better. I played about 7 or 8 hours of it so far, and it seems like there are a lot of upgrades. Because as you play, the more runs you do, you're unlocking like new upgrade stations in the mechanic's garage, and like each of those stations has its own tree of things that you can upgrade and unlock and learn how to craft and stuff. And there are a lot of simmy elements to it. The driving's a little arcadey, but like there's a button for the windshield wipers that you like look on the dash and hit the button, and it turns the windshield wipers on, or turns the turn signals on, or like parks the car, or puts it in reverse or whatever. You're looking at elements in the car to like interact with them in a very simmy way. You can get out of the car, you can open the door, you can leave the door open. You can totally get in the car without closing the door, and then the door will bang on stuff as you drive past it and take damage and stuff. All the different parts of the car have damage modeling and can get like cracked, or like your tires can get flat and you need to fix them, and you're crafting like sealing kits and stuff for flat tires out of the stuff that you're collecting. And then in order to extract on a run, you have to find these anchors? Yes, they're called anchors. You have to find these anchors, which are like these glowing orbs of stabilization energy for the zone, which like tries to keep an area stable. So you have to find that and like plug it into your car, and once you get enough of it, you can then extract. But once you get enough of it and you start the extraction process, the whole thing starts to kind of like collapse in on itself because you've removed all the anchors in the area. And so like all the shit's popping off like crazy. There are more enemies spawning, these like more traps and stuff, more anomalies pinging off everywhere. And so there's always like a really frenetic drive through, like, it's usually off-road, too. Like this frenetic off-road drive, bumping up over hills, trying to avoid these enemies and stuff to get to this big glowing pillar of light in the sky, to then extract that, spits you back out at the mechanic shop so you can do it all over again. And there is progress besides just the crafting. Like, you're working your way through the map, planning different routes from point to point. So like that's really cool. And you get like a little bit of information ahead of time on what the zone that you're going to is going to be like based on the modifiers that you see on the board. There are always like modifiers you don't see. It says like, oh, there are 2 that have a question mark, so I'll find out when I get there, like how screwed I am. And like the modifiers can be fun. They can be like more enemies, less enemies. One of them is your car will sometimes disobey you and like do its own thing. So one time I did this zone run because it was for a main objective that I needed to do. I went somewhere where that was a modifier and I was like, oh god, what's gonna happen here? So I'm driving and everything's fine, like nothing's happening. I'm like, okay, well, this modifier doesn't seem so bad. I park the car, I turn it off, close the doors, I do everything I'm supposed to do to like make sure it's secure and safe. It's on a road, and I go inside a building and I start looting it. And then I hear my car start. And I look out the window, and my car just takes off down the road, baby. It's fucking out of here. And I'm like running after it, and like these enemies are coming out of the woods, and like I'm like, get the fuck back here, bro. It was very funny. So like the game has a great sense of humor. The art is very cartoony and kind of like potato graphics-y. While also still managing to be like really tense sometimes and really stressful with like some of the enemy design. The sound design is fantastic. The weather effects, it's also like a really pretty game in its own style. Weather effects are great. The way things can kind of amp up and like the atmosphere can start to feel like really charged as storms roll in and enemies are around. It's really well made, well crafted. I've been extremely impressed with it so far, and I'm looking forward to going back to it. It's just, like I said, it can be very stressful because it can be hard because sometimes things behave in ways you don't expect them to. Your car can develop quirks, and there's a whole machine dedicated to diagnosing quirks where you need to pay attention to how your car is behaving. Like, so for one example, when I would brake, sometimes the front hood would pop up, which would obstruct my vision. And also, it would also happen when I was going uphill sometimes. And so, like, part of the diagnosis machine is I would plug in, like, hood opens when braking. And then it would, like, try and... Like, so you're trying to, like, fill in all these... And you get a certain number of guesses before you run out of guesses, and you can't diagnose it until you do another run. And, like, that's a really fun, interesting thing. And, like, so, like, once you diagnose a quirk... So
is that how you fix it?
Yeah, so, like, once you diagnose a quirk, you can then have the option to remove it eventually. And, like, because sometimes I assume they could be really bad, right? Like, if the car goes uphill, it stalls. Like, that would be a bad quirk. And, the other ones that are probably a little more, fantastical, I would assume. I had one where the cabin lights inside the car would turn on whenever I take damage. So like I would take enough damage. Like I would collide with a tree and the light would pop on. And it's like, damn it, I got to turn this light off because it's casting a glare on the fucking front window and I can't see out of the back window all that well with the light on because it's, And it, like, all of the mirrors in the car work, which is great. So, like, you can kind of look out the side and use your rear view mirrors and stuff appropriately. It's very cool. It has, like, for me, it has just the right number of sim elements to not feel overwhelming and to, like, keep you engaged in the moment to moment. And also just enough to where when things start going bad, they can compound quickly. And if you're able to get out of it, that feels really good. It feels like an accomplishment, like you've mastered the situation. So yeah, and there are a ton of difficulty options as well. Like you can turn off how many enemies there are, you can turn the quirks off, or you can adjust how many guesses you get to see what the quirks are, or if there's a cost associated with doing that. All this, like, there are so many settings you can adjust to really like hone in the kind of difficulty that feels good for you. And you can adjust it at any time as well. So like if you want to start off really easy until you get used to the systems and slowly ramp it up and kind of explore some systems, you can do it that way. I've just been super impressed with it. It is a hard one to work up the energy to play because it can be so stressful.
Yeah, it seems like and very intense.
Yes,
depending on how things are going.
Totally.
Yeah,
and like sometimes it's a breeze. and like it's not much of a problem at all. And other times you go into an area and shit is just bad immediately. And you're like, I need to just get out and leave. I need to get what I came for and get the fuck out of here. And sometimes you go and it's like, oh, the sun is shining. I'm going to loot all the buildings here and get everything I can. But it's very, very cool.
I really like what it's going for. I just, seeing a lot more of the gameplay and like how simmy and survival it is, I just know that's not my thing.
Sure.
The run-based stuff, it just generally appeals to me less. So I don't know, like all the difficulty level stuff that makes it more appealing, because if I really hate a particular system, I might be able to just like turn it off or make it less impactful. I don't know. I'm like on the fence, because the people that appreciate this type of game are obsessed with it.
Yeah.
I'm not one of those people, right? So I don't know that I'm gonna get enough out of it or not.
Right. And I would say, like, I think it markets itself as like a roguelike. I would liken it more to an extraction game. Because you're trying to go in, get your loot, and get out.
Yeah.
It's not like you, and like that's a difficulty setting. Like, do you want to lose your inventory if you die? Do you want to keep the car damage after a mission, or do you want the car to automatically fix itself after a mission? You can set all that stuff.
I think the game, intentionally or not, the marketing made me feel like it was more of a narrative-driven game than either extraction or roguelike.
Yeah, like there's quite a bit of it too, but yes, but like I agree.
The game, it feels like it's a point to point, like you're just going in a not literally a straight line, but like a straight line story from beginning to end, and that is not at all what you are doing.
Yeah, so it was a bit of a surprise when I saw what it was.
Yeah,
for me, a pleasant surprise, but I get how that would could be a turnoff to some folks.
Right. Well, sweet. I mean, that's a lot of like big new stuff for sure.
Yeah.
We got a couple of other ones. I can hit on some really quickly. So I had been playing some Roboquest, which I know we had talked briefly about in the past. You had played it. I had not checked it out because it was on Game Pass.
Right.
I'm bummed that I didn't know it existed until recently, because we absolutely would have talked about this on a Games That Don't Suck podcast for 2023.
Yeah.
I don't know that it would have made the top 5 necessarily, but I really, really dig this game. The negative of Roboquest is it's a roguelike,
right,
and I'm never going to stick with that kind of game unless there's more of a direct story component in a game like Hades. Like, Hades is literally, I believe, the only roguelike that I have sunk dozens of hours, and like I didn't even complete Hades, or at least I don't even know what the actual end of Hades is. I beat Hades twice, but I don't know, like there's way more actual narrative and story that happens after that. But that's way the most time I've ever put in a roguelike game.
Yeah.
But Roboquest, not lately because of Helldivers, but it's a game that I like came back to once or twice a week, like for a couple of quick runs. It feels very, very good.
Yeah.
I mean, I would liken it. It's basically Borderlands as a roguelike, and that to me is a good thing.
Right.
It's got great music. The loop feels good. I don't feel as good about the progression that you're making outside of the runs.
Not enough.
There's just not a ton there.
Yeah.
And there's essentially no story.
Right.
But the bosses are always really fun to fight and very varied.
Yeah.
The different areas that you're going to in like the robots and enemies in those areas, I think, are very different and fun. The classes, they all have a unique ability that's super varied. The RNG, I'm a little less in love with. Like, there's a huge variety of guns, which is fantastic, but kind of because of that, it's harder for me to be happy with the random guns I'm getting in a particular run.
Yeah.
Like, that's something that was really strong in Hades, where, like, you got to pick your weapon ahead of time, and then you're basically unlocking variations of powers, or like specialty powers that are randomized, but it's really easy to like build a class for that run.
Yeah.
I feel like it's much harder to do that in Roboquest.
It is.
Because there's so many different guns that you can get.
Yeah.
And one of the things that you can do progression wise outside of the runs is like you can unlock the ability to get more options each time you're given an option.
Yeah, and that's
helpful. But that would be like the missing piece. Maybe like if it let you pick your primary gun from the full list first, and like then from there you're getting randomized versus it being always randomized. I don't know. But yeah, I think it's super fun. Love the music. Love the loop. It's just, again, it's not the type of game that I will always commit to, but I think it's really fantastic. And it's on Game Pass, so folks, that you should absolutely go check it out. I heard like almost nothing about it until a YouTuber I follow did a video in which I almost forgot it after that, and I only remembered when you talked about it on that podcast. And that's right. Go check it out. So yeah, it's really fun.
Really, I cannot state enough how good the music is with the gameplay. It just the way because it's this constant undercurrent, like when you're in the like passive areas, and then as soon as you step through the door, it just fucking drops, and it feels so good. And like I often, to my detriment, would shoot to the beat and like try and combo stuff to the beat of the song, just because like I was fucking rocking out so hard listening to the music. That was a big part of it for me. A big part of my enjoyment was how great it felt to play in tandem with the music.
Yeah, for sure. And then another small game I played a couple hours of, Planet of Lana. Oh, it's got a subtitle, Planet of Lana, an Off-Earth Odyssey, which is also on Game Pass. This is one of those artistic indie games that I tend to gravitate towards. Yeah. It was near the top of my wanna play list leading up to our Game of the Year podcast. It didn't make it in time for me to play it. I was not a fan of the gameplay. I think visually it looks fantastic. It's got this great painterly sort of mixed 2D 3D perspective. It's all, on a 2D plane as you're playing, but it's got great depth to it. I really love the design of like the enemy, like robot alien faction that's hunting you down. I just found the gameplay to be really, really basic. Okay. It's a puzzle game, but it's basically it's like a mix of a puzzle game and an escort game where you find a cute little, black cat creature that you can control both Lana and the cat at the same time, or I guess switch back and forth to like position them, and each of them can do a thing that the other one can't do, like interacting with particular types of objects and stuff like that.
Okay. So it's not like a brothers thing where you're like you're switching back and forth.
You're switching back and forth, yeah.
Okay.
But the actual like puzzle solving, granted, it was just the first couple hours of the game. It's always going to be simpler at the beginning of the game, but it was like so simple that it was boring.
Sure.
I played it for one session and just never went back to it, and that was a couple of weeks ago. So it's a bummer. Like, it's a game that I was really interested in, primarily because of the art style and what looked to be like an interesting story. Because it's got like a little bit of like Inside energy, certainly less disturbing of an aesthetic and a story, but like it's that kind of setup, which was really appealing to me, but just the gameplay end of it just wasn't. It didn't hold up its end of the bargain. It was just a little too straightforward and boring. So
is it like one of those games where in that it also has no dialogue?
It does. I'm trying to think back. So you play as Lana, and then a bunch of robot aliens come in and abduct everybody except for you, including your sister. And so you hear them shout their names to each other, but that might be the only dialogue. I don't recall. But yeah, you hear them yell their names to each other, but I don't think there's any other dialogue.
So it's a game about the vibes.
Yeah, it is definitely about the vibes. Yeah, the little cat creature is very cute. He's like this black shadow looking thing that kind of moves in a somewhat amorphous way.
I remember, I think this was at like an Xbox Indie Showcase a couple times. It popped up.
That would make sense. Yeah. It's totally possible it picks up as the game goes. It just, again, I got a million things to play. I can only give you a couple hours of my time. So
yeah, it's tough out there right now for small games like that.
Yeah. Unless, like, you hook me quick. Like, I mean, there are plenty of games that did, right? Sea of Stars, Cocoon, Dredge. Like, there are plenty of games that sink their claws in early enough, but that's what you have to do. You have to sink them in early.
Right, for sure. And never let go.
Never let go. All right, tell me about Like a Dragon.
So before Final Fantasy VII came out, I had started playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth with my partner. They were watching while I was playing. This game just takes way too long to get going, man. I probably played like 12 hours, and I'm finally... Well, maybe it was like 10 hours, and I'm finally in Hawaii in the open world and can do what I want.
Props to you for sticking it out, dude.
Like
there's no way I would have made it.
It's there is still plenty of gameplay in there, but it's so many cutscenes, like, because you start in is it Ikebukuro? I think that's what it is, which is the setting of Yakuza Like a Dragon.
Okay.
Which I played all of and beat.
That was going to be my next question. I didn't remember how many of those games you've played.
Yeah, that was the only one. I've tried Yakuza 0 with like the standard beat 'em up style. I don't enjoy that kind of fight combat. Okay. So the reason I picked up Yakuza Like a Dragon was because it was, hey, it's turn-based. And so I tried that, loved it, and actually ended up beating it and doing most of the side stuff in it. And so I decided to pick up Infinite Wealth because I saw that it has a very similar turn-based combat style to Yakuza Like a Dragon. I really like it. Ichiban Kasuga is one of the most lovable video game characters of all time. He is just a number one good dude who's a little bit of an oaf. He's just the perfect archetype for a main character, as a vehicle for all sorts of fun, lighthearted shenanigans. And then also he has a lot of this tragedy in his life that he processes in like a really healthy way. Not always at first, but he always kind of comes around. And so like there's also a depth of character there that goes beyond kind of the archetypal norms of how he's set up. This game, it's doing a lot of foundation building and calling back to other stuff in the first 10 hours or so. But I feel like I will go back to it once I beat Final Fantasy VII. I just only have enough space for one of those in my life.
Yeah,
but I know I have to play this game because they have Pokemon in this game. They also have Animal Crossing New Horizons in this game. Like, there, you have an island that you can develop and build and craft stuff on, and you are befriending people, and I think sending them to the island. I think something like that. There is a Pokemon thing where this was in the previous game, but there's this dude who's it's a Pokédex. And are they called Sujimon? Yeah, I think it's Sujimon. It's just all the random dudes that you fight. Like all the the weird, like, here's a dude in an inner tube called the Scoundrel, and he's a Sujimon, and he's now in my Suji Dex because I fought him once. And you're trying to fill out your Suji Dex, and I think there's a way to actually like make them fight later. I think I've heard reference to something like that. I don't think it stops at it's like a Pokédex, but for dudes you fight. So I think it goes layers deeper later. Oh man. So pretty much off the jump in Hawaii, once you kind of largely get control of where you're going, you stumble upon a side activity, a side story, where there's a person waiting for a blind date that they got connected up with via a local Hawaiian dating app that is being run by a lady who wears heart glasses, and her hair is also a heart, and is like... Anyways, she is quite the character, and she is running she used to be a fortune teller, but her new shtick is running this dating app, and she makes you do the date. So I had to make Kasuga a dating app profile, and then had to do all these mini games to like answer and chat in a text thread with these local chicks. And I did a bunch of them, and they all I show up at a hotel room and it's just like, oh, here's a dude in his underwear. Fucking got catfished, bro. And then I did one. This is where I stopped playing. Because the partner and I just had to turn the game off after this because we were so weirded out by it. And then Final Fantasy VII came out. But I was chatting this chick up, and I was doing great. I was hitting all the button inputs just right. I was answering questions based on her profile to make it sound like we had a good connection. You know, playing the game as you do.
Yep, tricking her.
Tricking her into the first date. You gotta, and show up, and it's actually her, except she's a real FMV model in her underwear, like a swimsuit, a bathing suit, walking around a hotel room, talking to you and doing model poses the whole time, and like doing location shots of like her on the bed sitting there and like doing these. You know how models do poses really fast because photographers are taking pictures? She's doing that the whole time. And
wait, this was a real
lady, a real human
not a
being,
video game character.
A video of a real lady doing this in a hotel room.
That is bizarre.
And then like she's in the bathroom, like sitting next to the tub doing this. It was the weirdest, most uncomfortable thing. Kara and I just were sitting there staring at the screen with our mouths open, like, I cannot believe this is happening right now. It was insane, dude. It was fucking crazy. So I need to go on some more dates. I'll have to hop back in and go on some more dates and see if they have any more real FMV ladies.
That's so weird.
It's so weird, dude. It's so weird.
That's the signature of those games. Like that. Yeah. That's the appeal, is the wackadoo shit in them.
Yeah,
that I have always found really appealing. I've never given one a chance.
Well, so
and I don't know if I'd like the turn-based stuff or like the real-time action stuff better.
I definitely like the turn-based better. But I will say, in previous Yakuza games, I believe this is true. They will use real Japanese models on like their posters and stuff that are in the game, and like in oh god, what are those called? Like maid cafes and hostess clubs. That's it. And like hostess clubs and stuff, there will be like real Japanese models on the pamphlets and posters and stuff in the game. But this is just like a whole different level where they got a real model to do this sequence. It was so crazy, dude.
Yeah.
I still cannot believe it. So I need to play more of it, is where I come down on it. I need to beat Final Fantasy VII, and then I need to hop back into this, because despite me saying that I hate open worlds, the Yakuza open world, I think, does it right.
Yeah, you only hate it when it's not
good.
It's not well done. Yeah, that's reasonable.
I feel like that's reasonable as well.
Yes.
So that's all for the most part, all I've been doing. I know.
That's a lot.
Yes, you have some more stuff.
In a rare instance, I've got more shit to talk about than you this month.
Yeah,
primarily because I think I mentioned this on the last podcast. With football being over, like I've got more evenings to do more things.
Oh hell yeah!
You know, Kelly and I, like, we had a conversation about, like, we want to drink less during the week, especially. Like, we need other things to do, which is why we started playing games together. And we wanted to have, like, our reading nights. And that's how we wanted to end the night, was, like, in bed with the book. So I've got some things to chat about there. But I will say, on the Last of Us front, since the last pod, we finished part 1.
Okay.
Played Left Behind. And we've gotten a decent chunk into part 2. We finished, like, the whole big open area of part 2 and played another couple hours.
So question, did you play Left Behind? Did you play part 1 up to winter, then play Left Behind, and then finish part 1?
No. We played part 1 all the way through, and then played Left Behind separately.
You did it wrong.
I don't agree with that. What's the difference?
It's chronological order.
But who cares? Most of Left Behind is a flashback. What you're saying is, like, you should play the beginning of Left Behind as the flashback and then play part of part 1 and then go back to Left Behind to play the actual like real-time stuff. Like that logic makes zero sense when most of Left Behind is a flashback.
It's actually funny. I forget about that part of Left Behind DLC because I always
That's
skip
the whole
it.
point. You're crazy. That's the whole point.
I saw it once. Well, yeah, I like playing as Ellie in the combat scenarios. I just think it's like a fun, different dynamic. And in that mall area, I like that mall area. But
yes,
I think that is funny. I always forget because I always skip those sequences.
Yeah.
That's funny.
But I mean, basically, my wife's POV, having now watched the entirety of part 1.
Yeah.
The Left Behind stuff in particular, like that, she didn't know anything about. She obviously watched the show with me, so she saw that episode. Sure. But didn't know that it existed. Generally, it's better handled in the game than it is in the show. That isn't to say something negative about the show. I think that episode's really good, but the Left Behind DLC in a lot of ways I think is better than the base game, which is crazy. I think the combat stuff is less interesting because you do so much of it in the base game that like I didn't want to do more in the DLC. I only enjoyed the flashback stuff, which is interesting because like the way you use the mechanics to do non-combat objectives, I think is brilliant. Yeah, like how you throw the bricks to break the car glass. You have a super soaker fight with the guns. Like I just think that stuff is so smart. Both of those things I think are phenomenal. And then there's Last of Us Part 2, which we don't need to relitigate. My hope was that coming into this, like I wanted to play it again, having replayed the first one. I wanted to give it another fair shake. I can't imagine that I'm going to get more out of it this time, given how I felt replaying the beginning of that game. I will say it has reconfirmed that the big open area in Seattle that you explore with Ellie and Dina when you first get there is like the highlight of that game. And just having that, relatively small, but in terms of this game, large space to just explore at your leisure, mark shit on your map, like, the little sort of non-linear progression where you go to a place and it's locked, and so then you're exploring otherwhere, and then you see a little note that talks about like, oh, here a key is, and then you go to that other spot, you find the key to go unlock the original place, like in a super non-linear game. I think that's awesome. It reminds me of the similar section from Uncharted Lost Legacy in the beginning of that game where like you have this big open area to explore. I really, really hope that Naughty Dog does more of that in their next game, if that's Last of Us Part 3 or whatever it is. I would love to see them approach an actual, maybe a God of War-like open area game. It doesn't need to be a big open world, but large spaces for you to explore. I think that they've done a really great job of that when they've done it, right, in Uncharted 4, Lost Legacy, Last of Us Part 2. So I'd love to see them play with those game design ideologies a little bit more. But yeah, it's, we'll continue to plug away at Part 2. I'll check in a little bit on the podcast, but if my thoughts if my thoughts are negative again, for your sake, we won't talk that much about it.
Okay, please and thank you.
I'm glad to be doing it. I'm glad to be playing it again.
Sure.
I don't know if I will continue to be glad to be playing it again, but for now I am.
There's so much good shit in there. There really is.
Sure.
Like the Abby and Nev stuff, I really
yes.
The Abby and Nev stuff is really good. The the Ellie stuff is painful emotionally kind of the whole time, and I kind of like that. I'm a little bit of an emotional masochist in that way when it comes to that game.
I wouldn't say that's like emotional masochism. This stuff is so over the top and beating you over the head with revenge is bad. Like, I just feel like there isn't any depth to the Ellie stuff. That's why I don't like it. It's not because it makes me uncomfortable or sad. I just feel like it's a little bit ideologically like vapid. But we've already done this, Kyle. You're making me talk about it more.
I'm sorry.
But I totally agree with you on the Abby and the Nev stuff. I think that's it. Just generally the concept of whatever that cult, the like religious group. I just think that conceptually is really interesting.
Yeah.
And like when you go there and get to explore their little town,
So
and like,
cool.
Just how they've developed their society, I think is really fascinating.
Yeah, really well realized.
And so like surprising. Playing it through the first time, like you're like, oh,
don't
shit,
think you're
like,
gonna get to do that.
The only people you imagine in The Last of Us are like paramilitary people.
Right.
Those are the only people you interact with in the first game and up to that point in the second game. And then you experience this like totally different type of culture that doesn't even exist in our modern American society.
Right.
That part of it's really, really cool.
Totally.
And then I also decided to check out Suicide Squad, but not the video game, the movie. And not the bad movie, but the supposedly better one that James Gunn made.
Which one is the better? Is it the first or the second one? Is the James Gunn one?
The second one.
Okay.
So the Will Smith
I have not
one
seen that.
with Joker in it, that's the like embarrassingly bad one.
Correct.
James Gunn made a new one because they wanted to keep Margot Robbie as Harley Quinn, but it's like essentially all other new characters. That's the one with it's Idris Elba in it as the like the Deadshot replacement. His name's Bloodsport.
Okay.
Don't watch it. I felt like I wasted my time.
Yeah.
It wasn't bad, but the movie's 2.5 fucking hours long.
That's
First
too
of all,
much.
no movies need to be more than two. I'll give you a couple of minutes past 2 hours. That's the longest any movie ever needs to be. I'm so sick of every fucking movie being 2.5 hours long.
Unless you're Lord of the Rings.
It's so bloated. But it's not even an exception, because here's the thing about Lord of the Rings, the extended editions, though that's the point, is they're extended editions of the main narratives. And I know like the regular movies are also pretty long.
Right.
But like it's just for an action movie to be 2.5 hours long, like a comedic action, it's fucking ridiculous. This movie does not have enough action, enough story, enough characters, enough jokes to justify that.
It is a 90-minute movie at most.
Sure. It is very forgettable, and like, yeah, it's not worth your time. I'm not going to talk about this movie in any depth, but for comparison's sake, last night I decided in my Letterboxd like list I made of movies I want to watch that I never have. I really want to watch the Planet of the Apes trilogy, the recent one from like the last decade. I had seen the first one, but I'd never seen the other two. People love them, and I was like, yeah, dude, those are totally good movies for me to watch on a solo night by myself, because Kelly's not going to be interested. So I watched the first one last night.
Okay.
That movie's like 100 minutes long. It's exactly what it should be.
Yeah, and it's pretty good. I will say
it's decent.
I will say 2 and 3 feel like they are not in the same universe as that first movie.
I have heard that, but I also have heard that they're way better though. Like
maybe.
At least what I have seen is that people generally love the second and third. Which is why I wanted to watch them.
Yeah, I know like Planet of the Apes, the point is the scale is grandiose and it's a big thing. But I like the more personal thing between the characters in the first one. But whatever.
But yeah, we don't need to talk about fucking Planet of the Apes. We reorganized this podcast to not talk too much about TV and movies and shit, which unfortunately I am here, but it's because these things are relevant to interests that we have that we talk about on the podcast. And I mostly wanted to bring up Suicide Squad because I wanted to make the joke and make people think that I might have played the video game, which look, man, I played Skull and Bones. I'm not that stupid. I'm not gonna play Suicide Squad.
Got
him. I also did watch Rings of Power, which I'm very glad to have finally fucking watched it.
Good.
I know we were texting back and forth as I was watching it, Kyle. I think the first couple episodes make a bad impression.
Yeah.
I think it's very slow. The characters are generally unlikable. Like this version of Galadriel,
she
I think
sucks,
like
bro.
The guarded, personality-less, just out for anger and revenge is such an uninteresting character. And this version of Elrond as like the punchable best friend, like he's so annoying. Finally, once they introduced Durin the Fourth, the son, he is fantastic. The wife is fantastic. I also really liked what's the little girl's name? Nori?
Yeah, the halfling.
Yeah, I liked her a lot and her friend. Really like all of that storyline I enjoyed. The thing with the stranger, which I'm going to talk a little bit, spoilers of Rings of Power. Anyone that was interested in this has watched it already because you guys aren't idiots like me. When they first introduced the stranger, I was like, oh, so that's either Sauron or Gandalf. Cool.
Right.
And then they treated it like a mystery the entire time, which I found to be kind of tedious. And then when the like 3 bad witches who are essentially pointless except as expository line deliverers for like 2 scenes, when they're like, oh, Lord Sauron, I was like, oh, okay, well then he's Gandalf because there are still 2 episodes left and you're calling him Sauron, so he clearly isn't. So that means he's Gandalf. And then at the very end of it, he makes a joke to Nori as they're walking off, which is a quote from Gandalf, which now I have forgotten what it was.
Yeah,
which too. Like it's fun. That it's fine. That's fun. Yeah. I'm okay with it. I also found the stuff with Halberd? No, that's a weapon. What was his name? It was something like that. Did I write it down?
The Dunedain guy?
I did not write it down. Yeah, the dude who is Sauron. Like, that I found to be out of nowhere also. Like, it was pretty clear that something was not quite right with him. But the way that they developed that, again, I kind of found to be, like, a little convenient.
Yeah, they backload. They hold the cards a little close, and they kind of snap it out of nowhere.
Yeah, I really like once they introduced the orcs and whatever the dude, the dude who plays the like fallen elf character, like that's when it really picked up for me story wise.
Yeah.
Because there was actual like real tangible conflict and villains. Some storylines were far more hit or miss. Like I found the Isildur stuff to be like I found him to be a pretty annoying character. The little boy, his little side quest with the little sword, I found to be annoying because he was kind of annoying. He reminded me a little bit of the kid from HR Pufnstuf, which made me remember HR Pufnstuf, which gave me nightmares.
What do you mean nightmares? That show's incredible. Who's
that show is when things get fucking terrifying.
HR Pufnstuf. Can't do a little because your name's Sauron.
If you want to know why boomers as a culture are so like violent and gun and war obsessed horrible people, it's because they grew up watching shows like HR Pufnstuf. Like that's my belief personally. But yeah, I generally liked Rings of Power. I'm actually excited for season 2 because I want to see where they go, like what happens with the rings.
Yeah.
I want to see Gandalf's little quest. I'm less interested in what's going on with Sauron, but I mean, Mordor has been created, so I'm sure we'll get more there.
I thought the lore around Mithril was really neat. I never knew that because like I didn't read Silmarillion or anything, so I had no idea.
You didn't know it because they changed all of it from the books.
Okay.
That's
why people are mad. Okay.
People are mad for a huge variety of reasons. That is one of the big ones. The other part is like it's not even from the books. You can see it in the movies and in the quote around how the rings were created and Sauron being this like key force and factor of the rings and how he manipulated them. And the way that it happened in the show, which maybe it was like an Emperor Palpatine, Darth Sidious thing where like he knew all along every step of the way. But like the way he actually becomes part of the ring making is totally by coincidence and chance. And so that is kind of annoying from a lore perspective. There were also a lot of changes on like the 3 stones that they put in the rings. And then like they reference them as like the Silmarils, and that's part of the subplot. That's a huge change from the Silmarillion because the Silmarils like were these, trees that they turn into. It doesn't fucking matter. I'm not as much of a lore nerd as plenty of people, and so I don't want to speak out of my realm of expertise. I did read a bunch of stuff on like the lore changes that Rings of Power made. There were ones that I didn't notice, but my general feedback is, who cares? Right. The books exist. Enjoy the books. This is a television show. Like, they're not changing anything that is intrinsic to my enjoyment of this universe.
Right.
So who fucking cares? Don't like it for whatever reasons you want. It in the large ways, it feels like people use the lore complaints to cover up their racism and misogyny, which are the real reasons they didn't like the show. Because they don't like it focusing on a girl.
Yeah.
And the dwarves shouldn't be black.
And
like
those
are the real reasons. Yeah, those are the real reasons
Right.
people hate this show. And then they're like, oh, but they changed the way the rings were made as a way to like cover up their fucking bigotry.
Yeah.
And that's the most annoying thing.
There are no
Don't
female
pretend-
stormtroopers.
Don't pretend to be a nerd when you're actually just a bigot. That's words to live by.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm genuinely excited for season 2. I think it's supposed to come out in 2025, so
Okay.
it's a ways away. But yeah, we'll more of that, and I'll actually watch it when it comes out this time because I'll be motivated having seen season 1.
Hey, we can watch it at the same time and talk about it.
That's true. Yeah, we can do a dedicated weekly podcast.
Oh
to Rings of
no!
Power.
Oh no!
Along with 50,000 other people.
And our other 2 podcasts that we
also
clearly can't get out on time either.
All right, I'm going to go through the rest of this stuff quickly because we're running very long because we had a ton of video games to talk about. I finished Star Wars Rebels. I really came around on that show. The first couple of seasons I thought were slow. I liked the characters, except for Ezra, I found to be pretty annoying.
So annoying.
Like, it did the same thing as the Clone Wars animated show did, to its detriment, which was like, to start, it was a lot of one-off stories that didn't really tie into each other. There wasn't really like a larger arcing narrative other than Ezra trying to become a Jedi. And so it just like, it didn't have a lot of momentum. There wasn't like a lot of reason for me to want to sit down and watch multiple episodes, for me to like come back and prioritize it as a show. The last 2 seasons certainly had that. There was a lot of really great stuff. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the good stuff all revolved around them like going back to Ezra's home planet and trying to free the people and like, fight the governor that had taken over there. And so a lot of the storylines were just on that single planet, which was a little bit less interesting.
Right.
But the stuff with like the broader, Jedi Temple stuff I thought was really cool. I really loved the sort of force-wielding giant tree gorilla guy that eventually became a thunderstorm at one point, which was insane. Like, a lot of that stuff I thought was really cool. The actual resolution, I don't know how I felt about like the end of the story, because it didn't feel as climactic maybe as I hoped it would. But I'm like super motivated and excited to watch Ahsoka, because we get a continuation of all of these characters, which I'll be really excited to see, like, what's going on with them. All the shit about like, what's the Mandalorian chick? I don't remember the character's name, but
right, yeah.
The fact that she trained with Ahsoka, but we never actually really see that in Rebels. It happens off screen. So like, I'm excited to see what that stuff looks like. So yeah, I think like it's a worthwhile watch for people that really care about ingesting all of the Star Wars stuff, or like as much as they can. It certainly is not as good as Clone Wars in totality, but I warmed up to it a lot more than I expected to, and like, I'm really glad I did, because it would have been a bummer to watch 4 seasons of a show had they been the same as season 1.
Right.
I did not like it at all. So,
okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
Then I mentioned we've been reading, but look, man, I'm not reading like books. I'm not reading like novels over here. What I decided to do was reread all of the old Star Wars Legends books that I own, which is like 40 some of them. And then I also made the decision that I'm going to pick up a couple that I never got around to. And so I think in totality I have like close to 60 books that I'm planning on reading. The good thing is I'm getting through them extremely quickly. We have been reading for like a month and a half together, and I just finished the 4th book today. So
nice.
I'm basically getting through a book every week and a half to 2 weeks.
Nice.
So it'll only take me like a little over 2 years to get through all of the Star Wars books. Many of them I have already read, like the New Jedi Order stuff, the big Yushin Vong War, the like Legacy of the Force stuff with where Jason and Jaina, when he goes to the dark side and kills Mara, like all of that I've read before. The final series of 9 books, which I think is called Fate of the Jedi or Fate of the Force or something, that I've never read, so I'm really excited to see how that stuff wraps up. The next ones I intended on reading, but are now taking too long in shipping because I bought them from a used bookstore because no one makes these fucking books anymore because they came out in the 90s, is The Mandalorian Wars, which is like basically the reset of Boba Fett and like a bunch of the Or sorry, I should say Bounty Hunter Wars, not Mandalorian Wars. That ties into it. But the Bounty Hunter Wars with Boba Fett and like Dengar, which was one of the bounty hunters from the original trilogy.
Yeah.
So that I'm super psyched to read. So the first series, I wanted to read them chronologically. And then halfway through the Thrawn trilogy, I decided to read a bunch of other ones instead. So I'm now reading them not chronologically. But I finished the original Timothy Zahn Thrawn trilogy, which is still incredible.
They are the best Star Wars books I've ever read.
And that's the bummer.
Yeah.
Is you start at the peak of the mountain and know that just everything else is worse. Yeah. Including, unfortunately, Timothy Zahn's other Star Wars books. Many of which are still great.
Still great.
Like the duology with Thrawn is still very good. But while I'm waiting for the Bounty Hunter Wars to get here, I decided to actually go back and do Outbound Flight, which is referenced heavily in the trilogy because Look, man, I don't want to spend more than a couple of minutes here, but I'm going to spend a couple of minutes here, okay? So, non-Star Wars nerds, I'm very sorry. So, the Thrawn trilogy, if you're watching modern Star Wars, you know who Grand Admiral Thrawn is. Right. He's a fantastic character that Disney... Thankfully, Disney was smart enough to bring back from his, like, purgatory in Star Wars Legacy stuff. But he's the primary villain. It's the remnants of the Imperial Force post Return of the Jedi, where like the Emperor's dead, all of the other Grand Admirals are dead, except for Grand Admiral Thrawn, because he's the only non-human that Palpatine had made a Grand Admiral. He was on like the frontier battlefront, so he wasn't actually at Endor when that shit went down. So the whole story is him trying to defeat the newly formed New Republic, and he enlists the help of a former Jedi Master, now Dark Jedi, Jorah C'baoth, who you come to find out is actually a clone of the original Jorah C'baoth, because there was a whole thing where Palpatine had taken the clone cylinders from Kamino, where they made the army, to like do his own experimentation and shit, and eventually clone himself, which becomes a future storyline in other books.
And Joruus is a clone because he has an extra U in his name, bro.
Well, only when they first introduce him.
Yeah.
From then on, it's spelled normally. So the reason I bring that up is because that's a huge component of the Thrawn trilogy. Outbound Flight is referenced because Jorah C'baoth was the head Jedi Master of that trip. That trip happened shortly after Episode 1, and basically it was formulated as a expeditionary force to go into the unknown regions of their current galaxy and into galaxies beyond this galaxy far, far away.
Yeah.
What they don't, what isn't described in the Thrawn trilogy is like why they did this. They talk about like, we want to go on an adventure and spread the Force. We're going to spread democracy to all the Terminids out in the unknown regions. But what you learn in Outbound Flight, which is real time, it takes place during Episode 1 when the actual expedition happens, is that this was originally a plan from Emperor Palpatine, which like the original plan came from because he had seen visions of an intergalactic force coming in and fighting their galaxy, which ends up being the Yuuzhan Vong. At the time, They don't know what it is, but it's a really cool setup for this like future storyline in the books that I thought was really fascinating.
Yeah.
And then it becomes just a way of killing off some Jedi who are dissidents like Jorah C'baoth. The whole thing with Joruus I thought was really fascinating because the clone of Jorah C'baoth is insane. And he's a Dark Jedi, and he's a bad dude in the Thrawn trilogy. In Outbound Flight, I expected the real Jorah C'baoth to be more of a normal Jedi, but he fucking isn't. He's an asshole.
Yeah.
And he's like
a huge dick.
He's super manipulative and like eventually falls to the dark side right before he is killed by a young Thrawn, because part of the storyline is like they end up interacting with the Chiss who are in the unknown regions.
The Chiss ascendancy.
I have owned Outbound Flight for as long as I can remember, and starting reading that book, I realized I have never read that book. I remembered the story of Outbound Flight, but as I'm reading, I'm like, I don't remember a lot of these characters. I don't remember what's happening here. I haven't read this book. Interesting. So I'm glad to have read it, having not read it. I didn't particularly enjoy it. I found a lot of the new characters to be kind of annoying and like not super interesting. There's a young Jedi, Jizzler is her name. Come on, guys. Lorana Jizzler. You're gonna name a character Jizzler?
They're gonna. Don't worry. In the new canon, her name's gonna be Jatzler.
Right. She's pretty vanilla. She starts out as Joris's Padawan and eventually becomes a Jedi Knight on Outbound Flight. They also they kind of shoehorn Obi-Wan and Anakin into it, which felt like really forced and unnecessary, which I didn't enjoy as much. There's a whole subplot with these smugglers that get captured by Thrawn and the Chiss Ascendancy, and that's sort of like your view into the Chiss world and how they operate, and sort of Thrawn's backstory before he became a Grand Admiral with the Empire. And a lot of those characters, one of them's his name's Kardas, I think is how you would say it. He's just like a kind of bright-eyed smuggler kid who gets taken under this charismatic Chiss leader and ends up idealizing him and also trying to escape. I don't know. I wasn't in love with the book. I'm glad to have read it. I'm glad to have experienced the actual story of Outbound Flight firsthand. But it wasn't really my favorite.
Yeah, so, I remember really liking the insight into the structure and the inner workings of the Chiss Ascendancy and how different it is. But also
just they're very
also
defensive,
the parallels to the Empire and how it's structured as well. I thought were interesting too.
Well, and in a lot of ways, that's part of what that Thrawn was kind of a black sheep amongst the Chiss because he was more aggressive, right? And so the Chiss don't like that because that's not how they are. Palpatine fucking is, and so you can see how Thrawn would be led into wanting to work with Palpatine in the future, which he obviously does. So yeah, all of that stuff's really cool. The backstory part of it, and even the structure of Outbound Flight, and learning about the inner workings of how they set that up, around this core where they had 6 dreadnought ships, and that's how they were. It's just a cool concept. It makes me think of Mass Effect Andromeda, the setup of that with we're gonna try to just escape to an entirely other universe and get away from these bad guys. It's kind of some parallels there.
Yeah, totally.
So next on my list is Luke Skywalker and the Shadows of Mindor, which I have read. I didn't love, but I need a book to kill time until I get the Bounty Hunter Wars. So this one takes place shortly after Episode 6, so before the Thrawn trilogy, where he's still figuring out what it means to be a Jedi. So yeah, excited to continue reading them. A ton of fucking books to go. I'll update as is interesting, which probably won't be every month.
Star Wars books used to be so good, dude.
They used to be so good.
The ones now, I mean, I've read a lot of the newer ones. They're just
Have you read the Timothy Zahn stuff? The other
his stuff continues to be pretty good. I think it's a slightly watered down version of Thrawn.
I didn't mention that. So he's obviously a big player in Star Wars Rebels. I found him to be very boring as a character.
Yeah.
They dial the he's perfect all the time up to 11, and that just isn't interesting.
Right.
He never makes a mistake. He's always perfect. He always sees ahead of time. That happens in the books to a frustrating effect, but he still loses.
Right.
He still loses a lot of battles despite his brilliant brain.
Right.
He never loses in Rebels because they don't want to undermine his intensity. It's always he's away doing something else, and so someone loses on his behalf. And that just it's kind of lame, honestly.
Yeah.
Curious to see him in live action though. It's cool that they got the voice actor as that they're using in the live action stuff. I thought is neat. So So yeah, so there's a bunch of Star Wars shit. The last non-video game project that I have to talk about.
No, there's one more.
Annette.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Woo!
So last podcast, we talked about the movie Cats. Kyle recommended that I watch Annette. My wife and I watched Annette while drinking. We only made it 40 minutes. It was too much. It was too nonsensical,
it's pathetic,
and the singing was so bad. So bad. It's like they cast people that don't know how to sing. It didn't make any sense. It was horrendous. One of the worst movies I've ever seen, for sure. But to me, it didn't have the fun of a movie like Cats. This movie is very serious, very stupid, and pretentious and annoying. It made me want to turn it off because I felt like I was being condescended to, that I didn't enjoy it, and like, fuck you.
See,
I hated it.
I understand how you'd feel that way, but you didn't make it to the point in the story where the puppet daughter performs at the Super Bowl. I'm sorry, the Hyper Bowl.
Yes, you set that up last time.
Yeah.
I know.
You
I
didn't
just
get
couldn't,
there,
man. We couldn't. We were bored watching it. It wasn't fun and engaging. It was just bad singing. Like, there's an entire song where all of the lyrics are just, we love each other so much.
We love each other
so much. Like 50 times.
You know, another hit original. I'm not that drunk. I'm a good father. I'm not that drunk. That's another hit original from the movie.
There's a whole scene where Adam Driver's character, he's a stand-up comedian. He doesn't tell jokes.
Nope.
He doesn't say or do anything funny, but people are dying laughing in the audience. He's like the most famous comedian on the planet. And he doesn't do or say anything that is funny. He's not even trying to be funny. No, he's just grumbles for like a 20-minute scene. That's what I'm exactly right.
So smart. You just don't get it.
That's what I'm fucking saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Anyone that likes this movie is a pretentious douchebag.
Yep.
And that's why I didn't want to participate in it anymore.
Yep. The people who like Annette and the people who made Annette are the reason why I hate being around theater people.
Yes.
I love theater.
Yes.
I hate being around theater people for this very reason.
Yes. I'm glad to have checked it out. No, I'm not. I'm glad that I checked it out for your sake.
Yeah,
so that I can check the box.
Thank you. I didn't want to be alone on this podcast as the only one of the two of us who had seen Annette.
I followed through. I told you I would, and I did it. I didn't even try to try. I actually did. I deserve a pat on the back.
There you go. Pat on the back. There you go.
So that's everything.
Oh.
That's all the video games and other relevant stuff.
All right, that's it for this podcast, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
There is a lot of news. I don't think it's a lot of news that we need that necessarily requires a ton of conversation. I think the first big thing to chat about is the Microsoft stuff. Yeah. So if you haven't seen, there were rumors going around about, and I should say like verified rumors from like industry people that are in the know, rumors going around that Microsoft was going to start publishing their games on other platforms. And at the time, it was like they're bringing Starfield and one other game. What was the other game? Because it was a recent release too. Anyway, but Starfield was the big one. It's like they're going to bring Starfield to PlayStation 5. So Phil Spencer saw the scuttlebutt. They're like, hey, everybody tune into this Microsoft Business Update podcast thing we're doing. Which, like, I don't know why that's the format they chose, but whatever. It was like 40 minutes.
It was weird. It was weird for them to be talking. Interviewed by someone who's an employee of theirs.
Someone that works for them.
Yeah. That's not a great look.
Yeah. But they were, I would say, like, relatively transparent on, like, the thought process. And Phil Spencer generally is, that's kind of how he operates. He's far more transparent as an executive than most executives.
Yeah.
So they, at the time, said that they were bringing 4 games to other consoles. And right now, only these 4 games to other consoles. They did not at the time say what those games were. They had said, hey, we've got partnerships with other people, which turned out to be because at the Nintendo Direct, they announced a couple of them. So they, I'm sure, had pre-existing marketing agreements for announcements.
Yeah.
So they couldn't say on the podcast. But those 4 games are Hi-Fi Rush, Sea of Thieves, Pentiment, and Grounded. So it's important. The way they talked about this, it makes sense. And it frankly does make sense that 2 of these games are more indie style games. They're not system sellers, but they're really good games that it makes sense to provide to other players because the high quality of them, they should sell well and people should play them and Microsoft will make money from them, being Hi-Fi Rush and Pentiment. And then on the other side, they have community-oriented games where they can build a larger player base on other systems, being Sea of Thieves and Grounded.
Right.
So no one bought an Xbox to play any of those games, although you should buy an Xbox to play Hi-Fi Rush, but you don't have to anymore. Good for you. So all of that makes sense. They specifically said that there is not a current change to their fundamental strategy, i.e. we're not launching Starfield on PlayStation. We're not going to bring Halo to PlayStation or Nintendo or whatever it is. That might change. Because Phil also said that he expects there to be fewer and fewer console exclusives and first-party exclusives as the years go by. He mentioned, hey, this is already happening as you're seeing more games come to PC. Sony has made a huge effort over the last 2 years, really, to like bring more of their huge releases to PC, so it makes sense. Phil afterwards did an interview with The Verge that's relevant because I have a specific quote for what he said. He says, "I don't think we should as an industry ever rule out a game going to any other platform. We're focused on these 4 games and learning from that experience. We don't have work going on other franchises, but for anybody to stand up and say something's never going to happen, I think it feels like creating more certainty in a world of gaming where you really want to respond to what customers want and what our players and creators are looking for. AKA leaving the door open for them to change and to bring other games to other platforms."
Yeah.
It makes sense as a strategy. It doesn't make sense if you bought an Xbox. That doesn't feel good. Indiana Jones was the other game. That was the other game that was rumored of they're going to launch Indiana Jones on PlayStation, which they specifically don't have plans to do that. So, they also said key tenets of their go-forward strategy. All first-party games will come to Xbox. So you won't see any Microsoft-published games being exclusive to other platforms.
Right.
Makes sense. All first-party games will come to Game Pass, which is also good for them to say out loud.
Yeah.
And that Game Pass will only be available on Xbox and PC. So there aren't current plans to make Game Pass available on PlayStation, which was another big rumor that could have made sense as part of their strategy. Anything to address there, Kyle? I feel like I've been rambling about this.
No, I just think, it's kind of a no-brainer, right? Because corporations especially, communities can be beholden to the way things are or the way things were. Corporations don't have that luxury. They always have to innovate and grow. So they're going to drive the innovations. They're going to drive the changes. They're going to be the first ones to, throw the way things used to be out and come up with a new way of doing business for survival purposes. So I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Because the only reason not to have your game everywhere is, A, if you want to sell hardware, and we know hardware sales are declining, and also just because there are a lot of factors, but recessions being one of them, the manufacturing is another issue, having to come up with, what the next big selling point on the box is going to be is another issue, right? And there's costs that are associated with that. So setting that stuff aside, why would you not want to be able to sell more copies of your game? And these are 4 games. And Phil, this is what Phil said, that these are 4 games where, in not so many words, but the 4 games their Xbox market is tapped out for these video games. In order to gain more capital on these games, they need to move them to other platforms where they can continue to sell. So,
well, and all 4 of them are on Game Pass also. So, my belief is that the attach rate of Game Pass users to Xbox owners is probably pretty high.
Yeah.
So, to your point, a majority of people that would play these games played them, quote unquote, for free as part of Game Pass.
Yeah.
And people that only own a PlayStation have played 0 of these games, and they can charge you $30 for it.
Right. People signaling, it's the end of Xbox hardware, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not, because they will always find a reason for you, to want to buy their hardware. And Microsoft is a huge hardware company, so they're not going to stop doing that. They're also a huge software company, but they will just, their next Xbox might look different than what you think it will, but they will have hardware to sell you.
Yes. I absolutely believe that. Whether it's a $500 system that is built around first party exclusives, I don't know.
Right.
In 15 years, if we looked back and the next Xbox ended up being the last one, I would not be surprised at all. I absolutely believe, like, as they look at cloud streaming and like PC and plenty of other ways that they could build quote unquote hardware, but like not first party dedicated AAA hardware, I could see that being a potential future. It is worth saying, as part of this business update, they said that they'll have more announcements about hardware this next holiday, which presumably is their like mid-gen update that got leaked several months ago.
Right.
And then Phil made like a verbal commitment about another hardware generation. So presumably they will, in 5 years, have another Xbox 2 or whatever they call it. There will be another big hardware generation.
Yeah, and I also wonder if, seeing the success of the PlayStation Portal, if Microsoft is going to have an answer to something like that, especially with Game Pass game streaming, all of their cloud. I think that makes a lot of sense. They have a lot of infrastructure in place and systems in which to support that. So I think a device like that makes a lot of sense for Xbox. So I'd be surprised if that wasn't, because there already kind of is a mid-gen, like, right, there's Xbox Series S and Xbox Series X. X is kind of the mid-gen revision. I'm wondering if the hardware thing that's coming up is a handheld, but I don't know for sure.
Could be. I find that hard to believe, given the leaks from a couple months ago where like they specifically said that was no longer in scope. And the thing that was part of the leak was like the diskless or the disk drive-less X version of the X, basically. Right. So that is what I would foresee.
Yeah, it's a good point.
A general comment that I think is interesting about this, like and we'll never know, but I wonder if this like pivot in strategy is reactionary or if they've been planning it for a while. Not that like they made the decision last month or anything, but like, has this been their strategy going back like 18 months? Because if so, it just puts into question their exclusivity strategy around acquisitions. Like when they acquired Bethesda and made the call of like, yeah, their games will be exclusive moving forward. They just acquired a huge multi-platform publisher in Activision Blizzard, and while they talked about Call of Duty remaining multi-platform, they did not make commitments about other games coming from Activision or Blizzard. So like it's interesting that it's like they're trying to do both, or like at least like test the waters with some non-platform exclusive stuff.
Well, I mean, that's
it just
explicitly what they are doing, right? You said these four are a test.
Yes, my point is more, have they been planning that for a while, or is it a more recent change in strategy given market conditions or game sales or whatever the reason? Like, is this a bigger pivot, a more recent pivot? Because if they've been planning to do this for a while, it just doesn't make sense that they would have taken such a hardline stance in saying Bethesda games, like these games will be platform exclusives to Xbox. It just seems weird to have said both of them and be doing both of those things.
Yeah, well,
so we'll see.
Because my takeaway was they're doing this for games when the Xbox market is tapped out and they want to get more out of their investment in development of the game. So
yeah, maybe Starfield will release on PlayStation in 18 months. Like,
right.
That's possible.
Right. Like that's the kind of thing that I anticipate this stuff being. Like, I don't think it'll be day and date, at least not for a very long time.
Sure.
I see this as, and I do also think it's not going to be their whole portfolio. I think it's going to be really targeted stuff like they're doing here. They have very specific reasons for why they chose these four. And I think going forward, whenever this happens, there will be very similar reasons why. So it's not like their whole portfolio will get this treatment.
I absolutely believe that within the next year there will be at least one like AAA Xbox exclusive that will come to other consoles. Not saying it will be Starfield or Indiana Jones or like a new game, but like Halo Infinite. Like I absolutely believe in the next year there will be a big AAA because they'll want to test that. It won't be a new one for all the reasons we talked about, and it'll piss people off, but Like, it's obviously very strategic that they're bringing 2 premier small games in Hi-Fi Rush and Pentiment, and 2 like community-oriented games in Sea of Thieves and Grounded. Like, they're approaching it like a hypothesis, right? Like, they're making assumptions about the types of games that would have success. Maybe these will, maybe they won't. And then they'll move forward from there. Yeah. They will want to test the AAA landscape too.
Right.
Especially if these games don't sell that well on other consoles.
Right. And I mean, there's also all the back-end stuff that goes into making these things work together with their servers on other platforms and stuff like that. Like, and like the communication that they have to have with the other platform holders. Like, all of that stuff will also be getting worked on with these 4 to then pave the way to make it hopefully cheaper and easier for them to do in the future as part of their calculus on when they do it.
Yeah. 2 other comments to make about this. One is exciting for me, which is that Diablo 4 is coming to Game Pass on March 24th. I am personally excited because I want to play Diablo 4, but I didn't want to pay for it because a lot of people didn't like it that much.
Yeah.
But as part of that, they said that, yes, Activision Blizzard games will be coming to Game Pass. They didn't give timelines on specific games.
Call of Duty. It
will be happening.
I want to play all the campaigns again.
Yeah. They also said that we can look forward to June for their like summer showcase where they'll talk more about other upcoming games. So,
right.
Yeah. It's not horribly. It is kind of surprising, I guess, that because it's such a huge shift in how they're thinking about publishing games. Yeah, maybe surprising is not the right word. It's a big deal that they are doing this. It's kind of crazy that they are doing this, but it does make sense.
Yeah, it's only crazy when you look at the history of video games and how adversarial it has been. But also.
And still is.
But not from Phil, right? Phil very much, he talks the talk and walks the walk when it comes to, this is not, like, we are business competitors, but we're not really competing in the way that people assume we are. It's not a war against each other like people assume it is.
I can't
the market
take
share
that
is
stuff
different.
At face value. Yes, like there is a reality part to that conversation that backs up what he is saying, but he's also the CEO of a business who is losing, and so that's kind of how he's going to frame stuff. Like, we're not even running the same race, because if you were, you would be losing horribly, which is why you're acting like you're running a different race, or why you've decided to run a different race.
Yeah,
like it's not that you didn't want to run that race; you were losing, and so you decided to join a different one instead.
Sure. My point is that Phil's been talking about this for a long time. In terms of his public outlook on the games as an industry, and so from that perspective, it's not that much of a surprise. It makes even more sense as to why Xbox would be the ones to do this first.
Yes, I agree with that. Let's talk Nintendo.
Okay.
So they had a couple of presentations. They did a partner showcase and a like Pokemon special thing. Not a ton to talk about in either of them. So the partner showcase was where they officially announced that Grounded was coming to Switch, releases on the 16th. They also showed off Pentiment, which I believe is already available as part of like a compilation of games available now. They also announced something I am excited about, Star Wars Battlefront Collection. I'm like unreasonably excited about it. Honestly. We'll talk more about that later. It's got new characters, new maps. It's coming out on the 14th of March. Very hyped. And then they showed off some of the South Park Snow Day, which I had not seen very much of.
Me neither.
And I'm still not like sure what the hell
I don't
this
know
game
what
is.
it is either, dude. I can't tell.
It certainly is not at the scale of like Stick of Truth or Fractured But Whole. It's a much smaller game, but it's also in 3D.
It's co-op.
I think it's got multiplayer, co-op stuff. So I don't know, dude. We'll see. It comes out at the end of March.
I'm gonna have to just watch someone play it to know if I want to play it.
Definitely. And then, like I said, they had the Pokemon Presents, a bunch of stuff that we do not give a fuck about.
Right. But
two really big things that maybe we would care about. Well, the first one, no. So there's a new trading card game. They're calling it, or digital, I should say, like a video game version of the trading card game. It's called Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, because Japanese companies are historically great at naming products like that.
Bro, aren't you excited to play PTCGP?
Hell yeah. 358 over 2 days.
That's right.
So it's coming out this year. It is digital Pokemon cards. They look just like the Pokemon cards you remember. You swipe the top of the bag on your phone to open the pack. It's weird and kind of dumb. I don't know. I don't want to collect digital cards. You can battle them.
You get 2 free packs a day.
Who cares, dude? Like you trade your digital cards. It just
like how it.
Why?
I don't get how that's
why.
satisfying.
Why is because money and it's Pokemon,
Yeah.
But like.
Why would
maybe
why
like
do people like this?
Existentially, why?
No, like I don't get why people like this. Like the point of the trading cards is ownership. You don't own this digital bullshit.
Well, no, the point of the trading cards is to fucking fleece the kid 2 years younger than you on the bus.
Also,
that's the point of the trading cards.
Also that, and like the feeling of pulling a holo from a card pack,
totally
is incredible. I don't want to look at a holo on a fucking phone screen.
Yeah, who cares?
The phone screen's already hollow, bro.
Yeah, I turn the brightness up and every card kind of looks, shiny.
I want to feel as hollow inside as the card is holographic. That's what I want from this experience.
Yeah.
So that doesn't seem great.
No.
I'm sure people will spend a lot of money on it, and I wish them well. Don't talk to me.
Whatever makes you happy, as long as it's not hurting other people. And then they also announced Pokemon Legends Z-Alpha. I don't actually know that that's what it's called, but that's what the letter said on the screen. It it felt like it took like 6 minutes for the title card to show up because they just kept adding more letters and like icons and shit.
Yeah.
It was kind of hilarious. I wrote that it had strong Kingdom Hearts energy, which again makes sense. Which this made zero sense to me. I didn't know what this was. I looked at the comments and people were like, oh, they're doing Pokemon Arceus for Pokemon X and Y, which that makes sense.
Correct.
Because they never made a Pokemon Z.
Right.
So they're just doing an open worldy kind of approach to making Pokemon Z.
Do you want some hot Pokemon lore?
Not
You're
particularly.
going to get it
Go
anyways.
ahead.
Fuck you. So,
Okay.
Pokemon Legends Z-A. It's set in Lumio City, which is like the main city in X and Y. It seems like there's some sort of time traveling thing, maybe some city building elements. It seems weird.
Yes.
And I also don't know if Legends means it's going to be like Arceus, where the Pokemon are all running around and it's like a slightly different battle system and there's all this. I don't know if that's what Legends means or if they're using Legends as a moniker to just mean not mainline Pokemon and it could kind of be whatever kind of game they want it to be. I don't know.
That's possible.
That is possible. That. Yeah, I also doubt it because I think that would be worse for clarification and confusing. But it's the Pokemon Company who are making Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket. They don't give a fuck about your rules, Shea.
True.
But there's some fan theory crafting going on because there's a mysterious character in Pokemon X and Y. And is his name Z? Or is his name like ZA or okay, there's this mysterious dude who's part of the main storyline in Pokemon X and Y. Turns out he's over 3,000 years old. He's an ancient. And so maybe that has something to do with like the time spanning stuff. But he's like the mayor of Lumio City or president or some bullshit. But he's like a super old ancient dude who is like immortal or something and has all these god powers. So I think it has something to do with that.
He's the final Pokemon. Is he a bad guy in Like a Dragon? Can you catch
He's
him?
a Sujimon. Yeah, so the Wandering Trainer AZ in Pokemon X and Y will likely be
This is Z-A.
Yeah, so maybe
it's not the same.
Maybe it's backwards, baby. Or maybe he has an evil twin, the Bizarro ZA or AZ.
I'm having a real hard time thinking of something I care about less than lore in a Pokemon game.
I'm not that drunk. I'm a good father.
I never played X and Y. I skipped that one because that was on 3DS.
It was.
Because I did not have.
I think I beat like the first gym and then fell off of it. I do want to go back and try it because I've heard those are okay. I think people prefer black and white to X and Y. All right. I think people say black and white are better.
That's what bounced me off Pokemon for a while.
Yeah, me too. I don't remember why though.
Because it was the same fucking game for the 6th time.
Yeah, I guess.
And then I just needed like a decade in between, and then now I'm having the same feelings.
Right.
Which I didn't mention.
Well, because they're bad now.
Well, yeah, because I'm almost done with Brilliant Diamond. I have not been playing it a lot lately because I've been reading instead, which is a much better use of my time. But yeah, once I'm done with Brilliant Diamond, I don't have another Pokemon game to play.
Yeah, in the intro,
gotta wait until Legends Z- Alpha comes
out.
Dude,
you're so right.
What?
It's gonna be so great. It's so good, so great. It's gonna be the Pokemon game we've always dreamed of.
Yes, they're finally gonna make good on all the potential.
They've proved to us that they can make it.
Yes, it's just gonna be Pal World. That's why it's like set in like a modern futuristic society.
Yes,
the Pokemon have guns.
Give Pikachu a gun. Give Pikachu a gun.
Yeah. So there's your Nintendo updates. Let's move on to Sony. Do you wanna lead us through this one?
Yeah, sure. This one bums me out. So Sony, a couple things here. Firstly, they have said they're not releasing another big franchise game until at least April of 2025. Which, I don't know if you're checking your calendars, folks, is over a year from now. Mm-hmm. So that sucks. So like they're talking, right, like first party games like God of War Ragnarok, Marvel Spider-Man 2. So assumedly this means like no new Ratchet and Clank, probably not Ghost of Tsushima 2. But he did say like
nothing from Naughty Dog.
Nothing from Naughty Dog. He did say like existing IPs though. So I guess that means they could have a new IP, maybe some smaller experiences.
Well, smaller games, sure, but I doubt that we would get like another game from Naughty Dog that isn't The Last of Us or Uncharted.
Totally.
Like the way that this was framed, it could only be interpreted as a negative. And if they had something else that could be good, they wouldn't have framed it
right.
this way.
They would have brought it up.
I have to imagine this means there will be 0 AAA first-party titles until Q1 of 2025.
Which is crazy, because I have certainly not gotten my money's worth from my fucking PlayStation 5. I can tell you that right now. Mostly because almost all of the games that have come out on PlayStation 5, I've gotten on PC.
Sure. Yes, for your specific use case. Yeah.
Like their exclusives offering is basically games that you have to own a PlayStation 5 to play. This is not counting games that came out on PS5 and PS4. This is just games that you have to own a PS5 to play. There are, I believe, 13 of them, and one of them is 3 or 4 of the 13 are PSVR 2 games. And I think another 3 are not out yet. So there have been like 7 video games that you have to own a PlayStation 5 to play, which feels pretty bad as a consumer.
Sure. Granted, like they're not games that you have to own a PS5, but like if you don't own a PC and you are going to own a console, it's fair to put multi-plat games in that conversation too, because you have to have one or the other. Like, it's not just first-party exclusives is the only reason you would buy a PS5. It's also to play, like, the other big AAA games.
Well, but I would just play those on my PC.
But that's what I'm saying. A majority of people, maybe not majority, a significant amount of people that own a console don't play games on PC. So it's kind of like...
Yeah, maybe.
You're speaking from a place of privilege, bro. That's what I'm saying. Because I'll say, and granted, some of these are you could have played on PS4 as well because there was like transitionary, but like God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, and Spider-Man 2. Those are the 3 big first-party AAA games that you would want to play on a PS5. At least the ones that I did that were good. Like, is that worth $500? No, but it's been 2 years. I feel like that's not that bad for 2 years. Yeah. Because on top of that, you got, like, again, as a non-PC player, on top of that, I got, like, the Star Wars Jedi Survivor, Cyberpunk, Dead Space. Like, there have been plenty of other big AAA games that I personally have needed a PS5 to play. Baldur's Gate 3, like, there are plenty of other games. I feel like this console generation has been justified. I don't disagree with your point on, like, there haven't been a lot of big exclusives.
Yeah, and so, I mean, just, I have had that feeling for a while, and then for them to come out and say, there's not going to be anything for over a year like that, I'm just kind of like, well, fuck you for that, then.
That definitely sucks.
It seems like someone has maybe not been directing this this games division in a way that but he's gone. Jim Ryan fucking peaced out. Yes. Golden Parachute. Bye. Speaking of, Sony has also laid off 900 folks. 8% of their total headcount, including studios like Insomniac, Naughty Dog, Guerrilla Games, Firesprite, who did Horizon VR. They were also working on Twisted Metal live service game that's been canceled, probably for the best, but also, who knows? Maybe it could have been cool. And
this was part of the Jim Ryan live service vision,
right?
Which has already seen the Naughty Dog game get canceled, and now the Twisted Metal game get canceled.
Jim left, and everyone's like, "Yeah, that was a bad idea. We're gonna can all that stuff." And
we're gonna lay off a bunch of people, even though the guy whose decision it was gets to leave with millions of dollars.
Yeah. They also closed,
more on that later.
They closed the London studio. PlayStation's London studio is gone. Which is especially nasty because Jim Ryan had just visited them like a few weeks prior for his I'm leaving the company, like blah blah blah, let's celebrate together. So he goes and does that and takes a bunch of pictures with all the people who work there, and then they close the fucking studio.
Yeah, there was, I don't remember who this was, but it was a designer at the London studio, because I saw this going around where, like, on her Twitter timeline, she had a photo with all of her and the other employees with Jim Ryan of, like, a send-off photo. And then her next tweet was a couple of days later announcing that she had been laid off.
Yeah.
So, like, back to back, it's like, hey, the head of Sony is here as a goodbye. Oh man, I love working here. And then a couple days later, hey, everyone here just got laid off. Like, that is fucking villainous.
Yeah. Along with those 900 layoffs, they put out kind of a statement on their development publishing strategy. They didn't really specify which games are part of this, but they have canceled a group of games, and they have been making some changes to the games that they're currently working on. My guess is maybe some of the games that were going to lean towards a live service setup are being transitioned into non-live service games. So we'll kind of have to see what the knock-on effect of all of this really is over the next year or so. But the ones that we know about that have been canceled, right? We know about the Last of Us live service game. There was a Spider-Man live service game that was part of the Insomniac hack that got leaked. That's been canned, and now that Twisted Metal live service game from Firesprite we know is canceled. That's bad. It's a bad time to be a Sony fan, because not only is there nothing to look forward to, but the now right now is also really bad for a lot of folks.
It's a bad time to care about the video game industry
in general. Yes.
Like, just a couple months ago, Microsoft laid off like almost 2,000 people. Oh yeah. Like, this is not a uniquely Sony problem, and plenty of other layoffs to talk about in this episode. Yeah. Yay. a couple of the small ones to hit first, which I don't mean to minimize the impact of people, but like smaller in total quantity.
In number.
Supermassive. The creators of Until Dawn and the, what was it called? Dark
Pictures Anthology.
Dark Pictures. So they have cut around 90 people, and due to like regulations, I believe internationally as well as in California, they've been notified that there are 60 other roles that are at risk of layoff. So they had a total of 300 employees. So it's close to a third of their employees are laid off, and another like 20% are at risk.
In sum total, 50% of their employees are either laid off or at risk.
Yeah.
Feels bad.
Not great. Deck 9, who were the makers of Life is Strange Before the Storm, laid off 20% of their staff, which is around 150 people, which that seems like it's a huge studio. Seems like a big studio for the. Maybe they do a bunch of support work.
That's what I was thinking.
But and then the Esports League, which for reference is owned by a conglomerate of Saudi Arabian billionaires. They're laying off 15% of their workforce, or around 100 people. So that's the ESL, the like primary, I believe, esports league that does a bunch of the tournaments and a huge variety of games. So
guess who's not getting laid off? The Saudi Arabian billionaires.
Yeah. And then the final big one to chat about is EA, which just recently happened. So they're laying off, or have laid off, 670 employees, which is quote unquote only 5% of their total workforce, because they're a huge company. Similar to Sony, as part of this, they also talked about sort of like a business shift for them. So,
this one's wild.
Yeah, I mean, again, it is hugely disappointing, but it makes sense for a company that isn't making as much profit as they feel like they should be making.
Infinite growth model.
Profitable. Yeah, growth at all costs. So they are shifting away from a lot of their licensed projects, including canceling the first-person Mandalorian-inspired Star Wars Respawn shooter, which is a huge fucking bummer.
So the thing that's really fucked up about this is, and I've been watching a lot of like Jeff Grubb reporting and stuff on Giant Bomb, his sources told him that game right now was really awesome to play. And like was a lot of fun, and everyone at the studio was super jazzed about it because it was already really fun and awesome. And
yeah, dude, we all played Titanfall 2.
Yeah,
like they're good at what they do, man.
It
fucking sucks.
Yeah, it's like why can't we have nice things? Oh, right.
Because somehow making a Star Wars game is more of a risk than fucking churning out another Battlefield fart, which they'll do in 2 years. Yeah. Because as part of this like shift away from licensing, they're going to be doubling down on their owned IP, of which there is not a lot, sports games, and quote, massive online communities.
So I mean, like literally,
because those games are doing great.
Literally, what happened here was EA stopped paying for the FIFA license, and now they're just making like generic soccer game, and they saw how much money they got to save there, and they're like, hey, we should not be paying any of these licensing fees for any of the games that we're making. Which is stupid, because when you look at a FIFA soccer game, you don't care about the FIFA label. It's a soccer game. You know what the fuck that video game is going to be. When you look at a first-person shooter, if it doesn't have Star Wars on it, you kind of care less about it. You know what I mean?
Certainly, yeah.
So it's apples to oranges.
It also doesn't make sense because they did confirm that their Iron Man game, their Captain America and the Black Panther game are still happening.
Yeah, so it's like that must just be a bit like those must be far enough along, or they have a better deal. There was one that is still ongoing. I don't remember what it is.
Well, they are still going to make the third.
So there's another Star Wars game being created, and it's
the Amy Hennig one.
No, it's a strategy, like an RTS strategy Star Wars game being made. That is still happening, but that's different because it's contracted to an outside studio. So I think
Okay.
the deal there is different, which is why that Star Wars one is still happening. But anyways,
Respawn did confirm that they are going to make the third Jedi Star Wars, or the whatever Jedi Survivor sequel. They are going to make that game still.
okay.
And they confirmed that there is a new game set in the Titanfall universe that is in the works. It is not Titanfall 3.
I have to assume
Apex Legends related, maybe.
Well, or it's taking what was this Star Wars Mandalorian FPS and making it in the Titanfall universe instead. Because if you have all these things that are still fun, you just take the Star Wars skin off of it and make it Titanfall.
That feels weird. That feels weird to not call that Titanfall 3 though, because they presumably would be relatively similar.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I guess we'll just have to see. But yeah, it's a good point.
Beyond just the layoffs, they've also shuttered one of their studios. It was a studio that had, over the last couple of years, been working on like the single player components of the Battlefield games, which were like very tacked on single player experiences, which was, I'm sure, not what they wanted to do. The head of that studio had left recently, and then now they've officially shut them down. All work on like the single player components of Battlefield games will go to Criterion for moving forward. So the final thing to note on all the EAA stuff is that Andrew Wilson, who's the CEO of EA, he made almost $30 million last year. And EA is currently running a quarterly stock buyback program where they're spending around $300 million a quarter to buy back stocks, which essentially is, I mean, not literally, but I would equate it to just like money laundering on the stock market to make their millionaire investors get more money. So $30 million to the CEO. And then they laid off 670 people. Things are working great.
Yeah,
Capitalism rules.
I just don't think it works.
Capitalism rules.
I just don't think it works anymore.
I need to lick the boots of millionaires, otherwise I'll never become one. The only way for me to become a millionaire is to love millionaires.
But why?
Because that's going to happen.
But why would you want to be a millionaire?
Because they're better, Kyle. In order to become a millionaire, you have to work harder and be smarter than everyone.
Look, the name of the show is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And the answer is the worst people. Yeah.
The actual title of the show is Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Yeah. Put a little stank on it. Come on.
Okay. So let's do a couple of, or at least like a one win of a story.
Yeah, this is nice.
So you mentioned Embracer earlier on the podcast. I think at the top around like they suck. They're losing money.
They've been trying to shed all of their stuff as much as possible to
and they've been doing tons of layoffs. They're shutting down studios, canceling projects left and right. They what many consider to be like the largest crown jewel of their subsidiary studios and publishers, Saber Interactive, are buying themselves, or like through a private equity, buying themselves out of Embracer.
Yeah, this is awesome.
Back in 2020, Embracer paid $250 million for them as one of their biggest subsidiaries. They have 3,500 employees. At the time, Embracer had folded in some smaller acquisitions into Saber Interactive. So, they grew after they were acquired. So, Saber Interactive and their private equity fund are paying Embracer $500 million to go back to being a privately owned company. I cannot imagine that they would only be valued at $500 million. So I'm guessing they got a deal because Embracer needs the cash.
Right.
So that's a great thing. They had been working on the Knights of the Old Republic remake, which had been passed to them from another studio who I can't remember off the top of my head. There were a bunch of rumors of like, is it going to get canceled? We haven't heard updates. They've said it's still happening, or at least like reported through Jason Schreier that it's still happening.
Okay.
So, we don't know yet if it's every subsidiary and every part of Saber that is leaving, or if it's just like the core studio and the publishing arm. But it's a huge chunk of Embracer's and video game employees. So hopefully we see more of this, not just from Embracer, but I would love less consolidation, and even like unconsolidation would be amazing to continue to see. So hopefully they do well. Hopefully KOTOR remake happens, or at least other games, and hopefully they're good and sell well so that this kind of stuff continues to happen.
Jurassic Park Survival, baby. That's them. That's Saber Interactive. Let's go.
Right. Let's hope. Okay, next, Disney is partnering with Epic and Fortnite. So Disney is becoming an investor in Epic to the tune of $1.5 billion. Epic is now valued at $22 billion. So in the statement, they commented on new interoperability between Fortnite and Disney. Games, content, and generally like shit that we can spend money on. So
if there's a Fortnite character in the next Disney movie,
oh god,
I think I might kill myself.
Are there Fortnite characters?
There's like the default Fortnite dude and woman.
Yeah, because I feel like all of the characters in Fortnite are licensed characters from other
pretty
mediums.
much. I guess the pinata could show up. The llama pinata.
Yeah. So a quote from Disney CEO Bob Iger in the most I don't know how human beings think statement. Quote, when I saw Gen Z and Gen Alpha and millennials, the amount of time they were spending in terms of total media screen time on video games, it was stunning, equal to what they spend on TV and movies. The conclusion I reached, we have to be there. Dude, he's so fucking smart. Like,
wow.
Only he could recognize how much people like video games.
When a team of people did the legwork to consolidate all of the facts and make really nice PowerPoints about all this data and then showed it to him, he saw that Gen Z and Gen Alpha and millennials, they're spending a lot of time on media screens. Like,
yeah,
dude, so smart.
When his secretary downloaded the PowerPoint that he was unable to open,
right,
he really learned and saw firsthand how people like video games. What a smart guy.
When the harried IT guy came down to his office and showed him how to unmute himself on Zoom.
Oh, boy. Old white dudes. Who needs them? So, unfortunately, my takeaway from this, like, granted, this is just Fortnite. It's the biggest video game there is, but it is just Fortnite. Disney historically has licensed out their shit a ton. They famously had the 10-year deal with EA that they stopped a couple of years ago because EA really shit the bed hardcore on leveraging that IP exclusivity.
Yeah.
Disney's been doing some more of their own stuff, but they still continue to license their stuff out a lot. The fact that they are investing more in a video game maker could mean that they might try to create more of their own stuff and license stuff less. I believe that is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Because variety is the spice of life. Like, I did not like that EA had exclusivity. I would love other types of creators to be able to leverage that IP and make cool shit across a huge variety of genres. If it's first-person shooters or strategy games or like narrative-oriented games, like a smaller studio should be able to make a smaller game with the Star Wars license. It shouldn't only be a fucking live service game. And if Disney stops or reduces the amount of IP licensing they do, we're just going to get a bunch of shitty live service games because they're only going to do things to quote unquote maximize return on investment and like customer engagement bullshit. Not saying that they will work because they probably won't, but that will be their strategy because as is clear, Bob Iger is not hip to like what's happening right now. He's like, I don't know, 10 years behind what's happening right now. So we're going to be seeing live service games coming from Disney for like the next 5 years at least.
Yeah.
So hooray.
I mean, look, we can always just ignore them.
But if no one else is able to make them, that sucks. You can't, it's not just about ignoring the bad things they make. It's that them making bad things prevents us from being able to play good things.
That's true.
That sucks. Which, again,
yeah.
Speculation.
No, I'm mad about it again. Thanks, Shea.
Yeah, that's right. Let's stay mad. Okay. Couple other things.
Dude.
I feel obligated to talk about this because I see it everywhere. And the reason I feel obligated to talk about it is because the fact that I'm seeing it everywhere is purely based upon misinformation and bad actors and trolls spreading that misinformation. So, let's talk about Sweet Baby Inc. If you have not heard of Sweet Baby Inc., you're lucky. This has been going around because the people that are mad about Rings of Power for fucking up the lore in Lord of the Rings, aka they're just bigots, those same types of people are also super mad at all the woke culture shit in video games these days.
Right.
I don't want to have to play as a girl. Why are there gay people in my video games?
It's almost like you're surrounded by gay people all the time.
Are the gay people in the room with you right now? They probably are, because most of these people are like super sexually repressed.
Well, yeah.
That's why they're so hateful. So Sweet Baby Inc. is a essentially writing consultant group.
Yeah, it's a narrative development and consultation studio.
Yes, I shouldn't say writing, like literally writing it, but yes, narrative, scripting, story. Like they focus on the narrative parts of making video games.
Yeah,
they have worked on a huge variety of games. Recently the Suicide Squad game. They also contributed on God of War Ragnarok, Spider-Man 2, Sable, a huge variety of games. Forspoken, I think. So they've been getting a lot of attention lately because people are convinced that they are force-feeding, quote-unquote, progressive ideologies in video games. And the obvious point is like that literally isn't true. There was a comment about, what was the game?
Alan Wake 2.
Fuck. Thank you. Yes, you know exactly where I was going with
it.
There was a
Stay
rumor
away from
going
my
around.
baby.
Yes, there was a rumor going around that, because Sweet Baby Inc. also contributed on Alan Wake 2. We don't have like all the details on what work they did on all of these games. I'm sure plenty of it is under NDA, but like they contributed in some capacity. A lot of what they do is around like diversity education.
Yeah, and representation.
Yeah, so like the one thing they did comment about, like in the Spider-Man 2 example, like Insomniac hired them to help develop like the Miles Morales character and the story around him, right? Because they like this is something that Sweet Baby Inc. and the people there, like they specialize in a lot of like marginalized groups, and they bring that perspective to studios that don't have that experience. There's specialty consultants that are leveraged for that type of thing. So you tell the Alan Wake 2 story, because it's obviously more close to home for you.
Yeah. So when people saw that Sweet Baby Inc. had done some work on Alan Wake, they sort of like dive deep and kind of read into things the way that they do, where they're looking for things to inflame their own
incorrectly.
Anger.
That's
how. Incorrectly. And they were making assumptions because in Quantum Break, the trailer for Alan Wake 2 that plays on a projector screen towards the beginning of the game in Quantum Break, on the college campus or whatever, it shows Saga and oh shit, I can't think of his name. Sam Lake's character. And Alex Casey. Saga and Alex Casey, and Saga's white in that trailer. Obviously, this was like an early version of whatever narrative and whatever. And
it was like 2015, right?
And also there's some weird legal ramifications around like them not owning Quantum Break, and the fact that was in Quantum Break. They might not have even been able to use the same versions of those characters anyways. But people then extrapolated Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement to say like, oh, they made Saga black. And like, she was supposed to be white, and they made her black. And like that's
they forced them to make her black.
And like the game's creative director's like, you're an idiot. That's not how that works.
No.
That's not at all what happened. Fuck off.
And that wasn't enough. That wasn't enough.
No.
People are still like, no, I'm not going to trust the source. They like the extra conspiracy that's been added on it is that people are saying that you aren't allowed to publicly talk bad about Sweet Baby Inc. or you'll be canceled. Like if you work at a studio, they have such a vice grip on woke culture in video games that if you criticize them or if you speak honestly about their tyrannical reign over your storytelling, you'll get canceled. and you'll get fired and in trouble.
Yo, that's not how this works. You are paying them as a consultant. Yes. You don't have to do the shit that they tell you to do.
Uh-huh.
That's not how it fucking works, idiots.
But yeah, no one knows how anything works, especially these fucking basement dwellers that are too busy,
of course not,
unironically role-playing in Helldivers 2 to like read a fucking book. And like, it's very frustrating.
Consultants have the least amount of pull and sway in an organization, because they exist outside of the organization, and the way that organizations' hierarchies work, anyone outside of the organization, of course, has less sway than those on the inside of the organization. So, like, Sweet Baby Inc. is a good faith consultancy organization based around representation, and like, if you have a character with a very specific ethnicity, they will help you do the research and so that you don't, put your foot in your mouth, and work, fall afoul of generalisms and stuff like that. Like, that's what they do. They do the good work and they get paid for it. But what they do are suggestions. What they give you are suggestions and criticism and feedback. And it is always the decision of the creatives in the studio to enact those things or not.
And look, no one listening to this podcast would get mad about Saga being black in the game, because if that's something that would make you mad, you would have stopped listening to this podcast a long time ago.
That's fair.
You would hate us.
Yeah,
we would have made you mad. So I know I'm not speaking to anyone on this podcast or anyone listening to this podcast, but if you, infinite you, people listeners, if you know someone that is mad about these progressive ideals invading their safe space of video games, I would ask you to challenge them on like why it makes them upset for there to be a trans character in a video game. Like, regardless of what you think about trans people or trans ideologies or like someone wanting to transition in that way, why is it not okay for like that to exist in a video game when there are those people in real life?
Right.
Why are you mad that a fictional story has been updated to reflect more of our modern experiences, like with Rings of Power? Like, why are you mad that there is a black dwarf in Rings of Power? Like, if your argument is because the original books didn't say there were, my response is, okay, but the original books didn't say there weren't.
The original books also didn't say that they went to the bathroom ever.
Yeah. It's again, like, I encourage people to challenge anyone that brings these complaints up, because they fall apart under such little scrutiny. Like, it takes nothing to dismantle this type of argument, because they're just mad because they're a racist or they're a bigot or they're a transphobe, and they're pretending like they're being force-fed these ideologies that they don't agree with, when the reality is things are just being made to better represent the existing world. Having a trans character in Hogwarts Legacy is not pushing a trans agenda. It's one character in a video game with hundreds of characters. That's true in real life.
Yeah.
Like, that's just the way the world is, regardless of whether or not you like it. Like, if you don't like it, I would challenge that too, but that's a whole other argument. Like, what you're advocating is not, I want games to better reflect my reality. What you're arguing is, I want games to less reflect our actual lived reality. And that, like, why?
Yeah.
What is your logic there? Why do you want fewer people to feel represented by a video game or by any piece of media? Why do you want media to less reflect our lived experiences?
Yeah.
Why is a gay character in something, why does that ruin your fantasy, your escapism? Because, like, we collectively focus so much on the dichotomy of fantasy and realism. We always want fantasy to feel like it could be real. And yet we don't want specific things, because that makes it feel too real. That makes it feel too much like the world I live in. I want to escape the world I live in, but not too much escape. I only want to escape in the ways that I want to escape. And, like, that's fine, so don't consume that media, but you are not the tastemaker. You are not the god that gets to decide what everyone's, one, reality is, and two, fantasy is. Just shut up. Just shut up. Don't play it, don't watch it, don't enjoy it, but just shut up.
Yeah.
There's your episode title.
Yeah.
Just shut up.
And, you know, I like at the heart of it, it is always something personal to whoever holds that belief. It is about them. It is never about the person or persons or groups that they are, refusing to see. And so if you do have someone in your life that is like that, you know, I would also recommend that you challenge them on those things, if for no other reason to help them realize the framework for their bigotry or whatever it is, right? Like, help them see that it is actually about them and not about this group. And then that's where the healing can start.
Yeah. There's a lot of philosophizing that we could do that we aren't really in a position to do and isn't germane to what this podcast is about. But even like stripping out all of the stuff, like all of the real life important shit, it's important to think about the fact that like we are just talking about video games and movies. Like none of this is high stakes. It's entertainment. It just isn't that deep, bro. Like it's not that big of a deal. And on the other side, to the people who are seeing themselves in these mediums for the first time, that's a huge fucking deal.
Yeah.
So it's objectively not a big deal to you, straight white man. And it is a huge deal to another person. So just shut up.
You know who else should shut the fuck up? Randy Pitchford.
Kyle? I agree. Also Kevin Hart and Eli Roth. So there's a new Borderlands trailer.
Yep.
If you haven't seen it, I guess watch it.
You should watch it.
But honestly, should you?
Yes.
Like this is another thing. This reads as this wouldn't even be fun to make fun of. Because it looks just like the most generic thing you could possibly do to the Borderlands IP. Like this movie bears, at least in the trailer, bears zero resemblance to Borderlands in any capacity. There are a couple of characters who share the name of characters in Borderlands. They don't even look like the characters in Borderlands or act like the characters in Borderlands. It has none of this personality. It's like just toilet humor, which I know Borderlands has some of it, but Borderlands trends to me more in the like absurd cringe humor than it does just toilet humor.
Right.
And like it shows just a complete lack of understanding for these characters in any capacity. Like, I love Cate Blanchett. She's one of the best actors alive. Why is she playing Lilith? She has none of the personality. Like, Lilith just comes across like a angry dick in this movie.
Yeah.
Which is not the character of Lilith. Kevin Hart plays, what's his face? The soldier guy.
Right.
And like in the games, he's like the straight man.
Yeah.
He's the heart in the center. And like it's so tragic when he dies. Kevin Hart's none of those things.
Right.
And then Tiny Tina, like the most over-top character in the entire series, which is full of over-the-top characters. Right. Like her characterization is very bland.
She's
and
just like a mopey teen.
A mopey teen. Like, why? This movie's directed by Eli Roth, as I mentioned. It's produced behind the people that did the Uncharted movie and Venom. And all of those things make sense after watching the trailer for this movie. Because the Uncharted movie is the most bland approach you could make to making an Uncharted movie. And the movie of Venom shows a complete, distinct lack of understanding of what makes that character cool and interesting. And the most surface level approach to making that character on film. And if you merge the ideologies behind the Uncharted movie and the Venom movie, you get Borderlands.
Yeah.
I wrote that this trailer gives me we have Guardians of the Galaxy at home energy.
Yeah.
Because it's attempting to be very tongue in cheek. It does the same thing that Guardians of the Galaxy, made cool and hip, which is like use classic rock in a comedic sense to like underscore the crazy insanity happening. Yeah, it just feels like B movie Guardians of the Galaxy, which doesn't sound like a movie I want to watch.
And the B is for bad.
Oh. On the opposite end of the spectrum, or at least in anticipation of the opposite side of the spectrum, I wanted to mention the new Fallout trailer for the Amazon Prime series, because when you are just looking at them as trailers, right? Like, your first exposure to the worlds and the characters that inhabit those worlds and these two very distinct, well-known IP, just watching the Fallout trailer, you're like, they get it.
Yeah.
They fucking get it.
It's got style,
I don't know if the show's going to be good. Yeah. Who knows if the show's going to be good? I'm not making any comments about that. But just watching the trailer, you know that they understand those games and that world and what fans of the games and the world want to see in a television show.
Right.
Which you get none of in the Borderlands
I get
trailer.
none of that sense in the Borderlands trailer.
Tying back to the representation shit, so many people have been mad that there's a female main character in the Fallout show.
You can
like,
pick a female main
character.
Yeah.
You can play as a female character. Like, these people are so brain dead, and they're just like tunnel vision through their whole lives. Nothing that exists out of their choice exists. It's just absolutely insane. And like funny, but obviously not funny because it's horrible. But like, it's just funny in the stupidity of it.
Oh,
but anyway,
I want them to make
sick.
a Mass Effect movie with FemShep.
Why is there a girl in this movie?
A black FemShep. It's supposed to be a white man. You can make him whoever you want to be.
It's supposed to be a very pretty white man. That's what I want. My Commander Shepard is the sexiest man ever. I'm very straight.
I'm very straight, and this Commander Shepard is my favorite Commander Shepard on the Citadel.
Oh boy. So yeah, yes, watch the Borderlands trailer and then watch the Fallout trailer.
yeah.
And you'll understand.
You'll
what
get
I'm
it.
saying. All right, that's the news.
Woo!
We're almost there. We've got a couple of emails, and then we'll talk March releases, and then we'll get out of here. I had a secret objective to see if we could make this a 4-hour podcast. I don't know if we're going to make it, but we'll see.
Oh, we can do it. We can do it.
All right. First email comes from Joe, who famously wrote in last month with a question that Kyle and I didn't know how to answer, so we had two different answers. So subject line is underrated games. Hey guys, ironically, Shea was right.
Boo.
Now you know why I included this email.
You just changed Joe's first sentence, didn't you?
Yeah, I added a little
changed
editorial.
his email.
I was asking about other years where games releasing early hurt them in the Game of the Year race, which, that's kind of what I talked to. Kyle had the perspective of games from 2023 that released early and were punished for that. Joe continues. But Kyle's understanding makes sense too, and I definitely didn't intend to send Shea down a rabbit hole. Yeah, well, that's a problem of my own.
Here we are.
Thanks for answering my question, but I still think Tears of the Kingdom should have won over Baldur's Gate 3, though. Joe. And then Joe says, P.S. Good job tricking me into writing another email by asking me a follow-up question, because last podcast we asked Joe to clarify which definition he intended.
Got you.
So I didn't intend it that way, but thank you for writing in again, and thank you for doing that. So Joe says, so here's another one for you. What's your favorite underrated game? I thought about this a lot. I have two. I'm not sure, Kyle, if you would like have any locked and loaded, but the first one that came to mind, which is always the first one that comes to mind when I think of like underrated games that I acknowledge aren't amazing, but I still love, Final Fantasy XIII. The story of that game is dumb as hell. It might be my favorite Final Fantasy combat system in all of them. I love
crazy.
The combat. Dude, the paradigm system is so fucking fun. Look, the game is extremely slow. Like, it literally takes like 20 hours until it opens up and allows you to actually make your own party of characters and play around with like the depths of the paradigm system and all the different combinations you can make. I, on multiple occasions, have attempted the platinum trophy in that game. To get the platinum, you have to beat all of the side bosses, and there are like 50 some of the like hunts that you go on. I've never actually done it because you have to, in order to beat like 6 or 7 of them, you have to have maxed out characters.
Oh, wow.
And in order to have maxed out characters, it takes dozens of hours of grinding.
Yikes.
There's a trick where you can, which I did on multiple occasions, where right before the final boss, there's a little sequence with like a couple of enemy encampments that you come across that like give really high oh shit, I don't remember the currency that you use to level up your characters, but like give you a really high amount of them. And so the trick is to grind out and max out your characters to where they can, plus fully max out your reserve. I'm going to call it LP, like license points, which actually might be what it is. To fully max out 999,999 LP. And then when you beat the game, you unlock a final tier of each class for each character. And that 999,999 LP gives you like part of one of the classes. So that indicates how much XP you need to fucking get. So I've never actually done it, but point being, that end game shit is what really made me love the paradigm system. And I really like the characters. I think a lot of them are corny. I think Lightning is kind of boring, and Snow is a douchebag.
Snow is just that dude you fight in Kingdom Hearts 2 at the beginning. You fight him in that beater tournament or whatever.
Yeah.
He's just that dude.
But he's Troy Baker, though.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But
That's funny.
I really like Zaz, who's like the dad of the little kid who's got a chocobo baby living in his
I was
fro.
gonna say the one thing I remember about 13 is the chocofro.
Yeah, and I really loved the hot Australian chick whose name I can't remember. She was really cool too. She's like had a lot of like backstory mystery to her that I really appreciated. Okay. But anyway, Final Fantasy 13 is the one that always pops into my mind as a great underrated game. I also want to call out Fallout 4 more as a game that like I feel like a lot of people didn't like because they found it disappointing for a variety of reasons, all of which I understand. But that's a game I've put hundreds of hours into across multiple playthroughs, and there are so many great quests and characters and like great writing in that game. I think it does the combat better than any of the other previous Fallouts.
Yeah.
I just think it's a good game, and it's unfortunate that I feel like most people don't think that.
Yeah.
So those are my two.
Mine is obvious. I didn't even have to think about it. I had it locked, and I didn't even finish reading the question, and I already knew the answer in my head. What do you think it is, Shea? Because I feel like anybody who knows me probably knows what this is. My favorite underrated game.
Oh, well, I don't like how you qualified that, because that makes me feel like if I get it wrong, you're saying I don't really know you.
No, I've talked about it several times on the podcast before.
I mean, the one that jumps to my mind is Dynasty Warriors, but I feel like that's probably not it. It's probably a more meaningful game.
No,
I can't think of it.
Dark Void, baby.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I didn't. All right, look, I know you said you wanted this to be a 4-hour podcast, but we are beginning the sermon of Dark Void. Thank you for attending. I will be your pastor today. I will read from the book of Book
of the Void?
Yes, the Book of Void. Chapter 1. Fuck, what is his name?
Can't like it that much. You don't even remember his name.
No, the voice actor does Nathan Drake. Fuck.
Nolan North.
Yeah, he's the main character in Dark Void.
Okay.
I was gonna say, open to chapter 1, Book of Nolan. Dark Void just fucking rips ass, bro. You're flying around. You can grab and land on the UFO saucers, and you can be upside down, but it's really right side up. It's got vertical combat. You take cover on a vertical surface. It's like a wall that has cover systems built into it, and you're going up the wall using your jetpack, going cover to cover, shooting enemies. And when you shoot them, they die. They fall at you because it's vertical, bitch. Dark Void's cool. That's all. Dark Void's really good. People don't.
I'll take your word for it.
People don't fucking appreciate it, and I don't appreciate them.
I've never played Dark Void, so can't speak to it.
That's fine.
But I'm glad you like it.
I'm disappointed. but it's fine.
All right. Let's move on to our second email from our friend Connor. I'm not going to editorialize as I read this because he wrote a fucking chapter book of an email.
Connor, what are you doing?
So subject line is, we should not, because now he's just going to write us a longer Subject line is Sonic Adventure 3 Battle Rebirth 358/2. It sounds like the new Pokemon game title.
Yeah.
Howdy. I've been playing through Final Fantasy VII Remake again to brush up for Rebirth and really enjoying that combat system all over again. However, I didn't always like it. Originally, I found the stagger system difficult to get to and felt it was tough to activate for some boss fights even when using the correct materia weaknesses and doing what the game tells you to do in the tutorial. About a quarter through the game, I had struggled with the boss and looked online to watch some videos for help. That's when I found out, holy crap, I've been playing this whole game wrong. This spurred me to watch more on what characters work best with each other while using the best materia and ability timing combinations that the game does a pretty poor job tutorializing. Not a word, but you get what I mean. I understand it's a completely fair criticism that the player shouldn't be expected to watch a 30-minute tutorial on YouTube on how to min-max a combat system to make it fun, but after having that click moment, this became one of the most addicting combat systems I've used. It actually made me want to go back and finish a lot of the side quest stories I skipped just for more combat experiences and level up or try out different materia companion combinations I would have never touched. What is a game experience you had that didn't quite click at first, but coming back to it later really sucked you in? More specific, what is a game mechanic that really didn't gel well with you until you saw someone else play the game, or find an ability, type, or style upgrade that fit your playstyle more later on and brought you back for more? I've been loving the classic games that suck and don't suck pods. Thank you. So far, no disagreements, but it has inspired me to watch some gameplay from the old games. Yes, Cyberdillo. Watch Cyberdillo. Especially the ones that suck. Did it ever occur to you that maybe you were playing Wild Woody or Sonic 3D Blast the wrong way this whole time? /sarcasm. Thanks for the pod, Connor from Disney World. So my initial answer to this is kind of lame, but it's true. And my answer for like a game that didn't really click for me until I was later in the game is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Because I had a very similar experience to what Connor is describing, where I was enjoying the game, but I just wasn't getting a lot out of the combat. And for me, it wasn't like learning more about the different systems. It was switching to Tifa as my main in the combat. And like I had been switching to like Aerith to heal or to Barrett when I needed some distance to like reset and get like a better vantage point or whatever. But like switching to Tifa as my main really unlocked just the dynamism of what that combat was like, and all of her like air juggles. And, you know, she had a power that she has in Rebirth too, where like she just like, one of her abilities is to just like make her attacks do more damage, right, and her special abilities do more damage.
Yeah, unbridled
so
strength.
Fucking good. Yeah, like to get an enemy pressured and staggered and then like switch that shit on and just beat the fuck out of some like cow enemy. Like it just feels really good.
Yeah, tenderize that beef, baby.
Oh yeah. Let's send Tifa over to tenderize whatever beef she wants. So yeah, that was my immediate reaction to this question. What about you?
I don't play a lot of games like that. I navigate away from games that have combat systems that are particularly complex or don't allow you the freedom to play your own way. Because I always when it comes to combat, I'm simplest option first, always. In no matter what kind of game it is, even like a first-person shooter, if I have like a lot of abilities and stuff that I can pop, I don't use them. I just want to shoot the gun. Which is why when I played COD, I would often play bare bones, like no kill streaks or anything. I just play bare bones. That's just kind of the way I've always been, I guess. And I think that's also why I have a lot of friction with the Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, because it forces you to play the way the game dictates, because each enemy is specific. If I were to play the way I wanted to play, I would just be Barrett all the time, because I could stand in the back, I could see the whole combat field, and I could switch to characters to pull off specific moves, and then switch back to Barrett and keep a good distanced view of the combat. Unfortunately, you can't do that because whatever character you're playing as has all the aggro in the world, and enemies will go straight for you.
Frustrating.
Barrett does not move very well. He doesn't dodge very well. He's at least tanky, but that's it. And then like it's just pure chaos. So like if you're not switching constantly, combat, you're just gonna get fucking railed. And that's not the way I want to play, because I like a more measured experience where I can think about what I'm doing again, which is why I like turn-based combat, because I get the space to do that. So I don't know that I don't have a good example for like having that click moment.
But what I was gonna say, like,
I know what I like.
It's not limited to like combat systems though. Like, are there games that whatever the gameplay wasn't clicking with you until something else happened? Like you had the aha moment or watched a video or something like that.
Yeah, that's
I'm
fair.
trying to think of an example of a non-combat one, which I'm having trouble thinking of. But yeah, I don't think it at least in the question, it's not just specific to combat games.
Yeah, I guess I just kind of know what I like, right? Like I don't I don't need to change my opinions on things very often because I understand myself and my predilections. So I don't have a good answer for it.
Yeah, the point of it is less like that you changed your mind. It's more about you missed something, or not that you were playing it wrong, but kind of like that. Like you weren't engaging with it at the right pace or the right way. I'm looking back through like all my top 10s over the last several years to see if anything jumps out as like I wasn't enjoying this at first and it ended up being something I really loved, and I'm actually surprisingly not seeing a good example of that, which is interesting.
Yeah, I don't think that really happens for me.
Ooh, Transistor. That is another one that is very similar to what Connor's talking about. That game I put several hours into and just wasn't really liking the flow of the combat. And, you know, it's very... I mean, it's like a isometric top-down sort of action-y game. And something about it wasn't clicking with me. I just wasn't really having fun. I wasn't doing a good job. And then I like took time to actually go in. I don't remember. It's been a while. I don't remember the names of it, but like your powers and the types of moves that you have, you select specific ones that you can bring into an engagement. And those like you want to make them relatively like a good variety of them to attack different types of enemies with different types of powers. And I just hadn't spent a lot of strategic thinking around how to like build my kit for a given scenario.
Okay.
So then I like spent a bunch of time just like experimenting and finding which ones I liked and being okay with like losing and not doing a good job for the purpose of learning more about the different types of combat options. And then once that sort of like, it wasn't an aha moment, but it eventually like, you know, clicked in where I just had a lot of fun with the variety of moves that you had at your disposal. So that was more like I needed to be more patient with the combat systems than I was originally. So yeah, that one was definitely a similar experience to what Connor's describing.
Yeah, I might have two that are really old examples, but I haven't played this in forever. I know they had the remake recently, but Tony Hawk Pro Skater, like,
oh, interesting.
And maybe I chalk a lot of this up to me just being a kid when I played it, but I was really bad at it at first. Like I could never get all the VHS tapes or the skate letters and all that other, like get the high score, and then through playing enough and like I think watching some friends play it and stuff, figuring out how to like combo moves together and find the secrets and stuff, and like understand that, oh, you can like go through the environment and destroy things and stuff's hidden there, like not realizing that at first and like discovering that and then going back and putting like a million hours into it trying to get all the stuff. That would be one example, and then the other one's probably got to be like Guitar Hero.
Sure.
Like,
yeah,
not like
that was
like
hard to adjust to.
Thinking it was a dumb idea until you see someone play it in person, and then you're like, oh shit, and then you know the slow ramp up like of skill level and stuff like that. like Guitar Hero is probably a good pull for something like that.
Yep.
Yeah, those are my two.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sweet. So those are emails. Let's chat
Oh, wait,
about...
we need to come up with something for Joe to write in about.
Yeah, did we have another question for Joe? Yeah, Joe, what's your favorite underrated game? Would love to hear from you.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom? All right, so let's talk about March game releases, and then we'll reveal our March Game Club game, which should be a fun one. So this episode is publishing after this game is released, but looking at March in totality. On the 7th, Unicorn Overlord released. So this is a tactical RPG. It's out on, I think, everything, including Switch. It's, very much one of those, but I have seen people being generally pretty happy with it in the last couple of days.
Yeah, it seems like it.
So yeah, if you like those types of games, it's probably a good one. On the 14th, mention this Star Wars Battlefront Classic Edition. That's also out on everything. It's both games, the Battlefront and Battlefront 2, with new maps, new characters, 64-player online multiplayer.
Yeah, the Jedi Assault mode available on more maps, stuff like that.
Yep. Yeah, and it has the Conquest mode from Battlefront 2 that you can play single player, all that good stuff. And the 19th, entering PC Early Access, which I believe it is on the Game Pass game preview program on PC also, is Lightyear Frontier, which I don't remember what this is. Is this one of those big survival games?
No, it's a farming game, but it's co-op, and it's kind of cartoony and whimsical, but... it's the one where you're in mech. Right? You're in a mech, yeah.
Yeah. This looks really cute.
Yeah, there was a Steam Next Fest demo. I played it, and it was very charming, very fun. The co-op wasn't unlocked for the demo, but I'm looking forward to hopping into that. It looks like a good time.
Yeah. On the 20th is the Alone in the Dark remake coming to PS5, Xbox, PC. This is the one starring Dave Harbour. I have zero interest. It's a horror game. I know a lot of people love the original one, somewhat ironically and somewhat unironically.
Right.
Do you have any affinity for it?
No, I never played the original. I played that really bad Xbox 360 Alone in the Dark game. That was a sort of a series revival, and it was horrendously bad, but it had one cool thing. A cool mechanic was your inventory. You would look down, and you had this trench coat jacket, and it was all the pockets of the trench coat were the different items, and that was your inventory.
And it was all real time.
Yeah. And so you could look down and look at the pockets and select your items and stuff in a very nice. Pre-VR inventory system.
That is a very VR. That would be dope in a VR game.
Yeah, it's in every VR game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. I don't know, dude. The only thing I played on VR was 10 minutes of super hot before I got nauseous.
Yeah, every game in VR is oh, your guns are on your belt, and your grenades are on your belt, and your first aid or your sword's on your back, and every VR game is like that.
Less novel, but it is cool.
Yeah. I thought it was cool at the time. The game itself was hot trash, but that was a neat mechanic. I doubt that'll be in this remake because I don't think it has anything to do with that game. But
this seems far more narrative.
Silent Hill Yep.
Yeah. On the 22nd's a big day. So Dragon's Dogma 2.
So this this should actually be the 21st because on Steam,
no, it is on the 22nd.
On Steam it says the 21st.
Maybe it's releasing a day early on Steam, but when you look up the release date, it's the 22nd.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm still very on the fence. I've watched a bunch of videos over the last week of this, and I'm not totally sold. It feels a little too Monster Hunter in the combat still, and that's I don't want to grapple with an enemy and fight him that way. So I don't know. I'm sure people are gonna love it. What? I don't have to what?
You don't have to grapple, and you can be like a spellcaster and stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like that's what they want you to do.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I imagine the people that are excited are going to like it because they know what to expect.
Sure.
So it's hard for me to take someone else's opinion because it's going to be super biased. But I'm not convinced, but I am still interested.
Yeah, I'll be checking it out.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I'll be curious to hear what you have to say about it. Also on the 22nd is Princess Peach Showtime coming to Switch. This looks cute. I'm not really looking for a Switch game. Otherwise I might be interested. I know I've got other stuff to be playing, so I don't feel the need. But like, I don't. This is a good game in a couple of years, like that I'll buy so that my daughter can play, because this is the kind of game that she would be into like, as a young kid, because it doesn't seem like it's got a lot of challenge, but not something I'm particularly interested in, at least.
Sure.
And then also on the 22nd is Rise of Ronin, which I feel very similar to Dragon's Dogma 2, which is I am interested
rough.
But not sold.
Yeah.
It looks a little rough. The combat looks a little rough.
If I run out of things to play this year, which I probably will, I could see myself picking this up on sale.
They put out a trailer maybe a week ago that was very like combat focused, where they showed off a bunch of different types of weapons. And I remember watching that and thinking this combat does not look that good.
Yeah.
So we'll see about reviews. If reviews come out and they're generally like pretty high, I'll be more interested, but I don't expect that to be the case.
Yeah. I mean, it's a game built on that, well, I assume, built on that really bad open world Dynasty Warriors engine.
Yes.
Because that open world Dynasty Warriors game was so bad.
Is that Dynasty Warriors 9?
Yes.
That was the big open world one?
Yes, maybe.
Yeah, I remember. I remember watching video of that, and I was like, wow.
I bought it and played it and regretted it immediately.
Oh, man. Like, it looked not unfinished in a, like, buggy way, but, like, unfinished in a, like, children made this.
Yeah.
All right, we mentioned on the 26th South Park Snow Day. Once I know what this game is, I'll be able to have an opinion on whether or not I would want to play it.
Yeah.
This could be a good Switch game if it runs okay. And then I added on the 28th Diablo 4 coming to Game Pass. I personally am very hyped about it. I will 100% be playing it. I'm glad to be able to play this without having to spend $70.
Sure.
And then also on the 28th is Open Roads. I talked about this last month that it had been delayed like the day before we recorded it. This is the former Fulbright team, very narrative focused, kind of when you're in the game playing in a like realistic first person mode, and during the like conversational pieces it's like hand-drawn 2D animation. Very bizarre approach.
Yeah.
But given their narrative chops and how strong they are, assuming that it comes out and reviews pretty well, I plan on checking that out at some point. And then finally on the 28th as well is Pepper Grinder, which looks really cool.
Yeah. It's
got some like Celeste attitude to it, where it's sort of a puzzle platformer. I should say like the platforming is a puzzle to do. But it's you play as like a little character who's got a giant drill, and you drill through different materials to like progress and fight enemies and do the thing. It's a very inventive, unique idea. That pretty seems neat. Cool. You wrote Switch in PC. Is this only Switch in PC?
I believe so. I mean, that's what the GameSpot site said anyways.
That's I have that on my tracker.
Yeah.
too.
And that's a Devolver Digital.
Yes.
As well.
Yes, which also seal of approval they generally do not miss.
Right.
So pretty solid month. Like Dragon's Dogma, Rise of Ronin, like I would put those in like the B tier of AAA, right? Like there are no like huge games coming out, but plenty of games that at least have piqued our interest. So listen in April and probably will have checked a couple of them out. One that we definitely will have checked out as our March Game Club game is the Star Wars Battlefront Classic.
Hell yeah.
I'm hyped. I'm very glad. The bummer is there is not cross-platform multiplayer. So sorry, bro, you got to buy it on PlayStation so we can play together.
All right. I'd rather use a mouse and keyboard, but all right.
Like, it's not like this is going to be a highly competitive thing that we're going to be doing. We're not going to be like...
Bro, I want to fucking destroy those bots, my guy.
We will unironically roleplay in Star Wars Battlefront. I am Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Okay.
No, dude, I am Kit Fisto because they're bringing Kit Fisto to this game.
Oh, hell
Kit
yeah.
Fisto fucking rules.
Yeah, he does. They did him dirty. I'll never forgive. Never forgive.
No, of course not. It just shows how powerful Palpatine was. And that's it. That's the podcast.
Oh,
As
thank God.
I mentioned, given that we are a week late, you get a whole other one in a week. You probably won't even be done listening to this one by the time the next one comes out. Good for you. And then we'll be back the first Monday of April, which is some kind of date. I don't know which one, but it's something. It'll be April. Oh, shit, dude. It's April 1st, bro. Ooh, we got to talk about that.
Yeah, we do.
We probably won't do anything stupid.
No, who has the energy
we definitely
for it?
will. Well, like, the podcast will be stupid. I should say we probably won't do anything intentionally stupid.
Fair.
No April Fool's Day trolls. I am on record as despising April Fool's Day.
Me too.
April Fool's Day is a day made for unfunny people to act like they're funny when in reality they're just being mean. If you plan an April Fool's Day prank every year, like if you like make it a thing to participate in April Fool's Day, I have some bad news. You're not funny. You're not a funny person, and people don't like you.
Send us an email for the April Fool's podcast.
Joe, do you like April Fool's Day?
About like what are some experiences that you've had with April Fools? Like people have pranked you, you've pranked people.
That's actually
give us your
a good
April
prompt.
Fool's stories.
Yes, April Fool's stories. Because they're almost always negative.
Yeah.
Because people hate that shit.
Yeah.
Like I said, people who like April Fool's Day are not funny. You're not a funny person. It's just, I don't make the rules. I just report them. So that's the end of the podcast. Let's end as we always do with something we don't hate. And today, I don't hate doing small, fun things on the weekend. I never have the energy to do big things. But like tomorrow, we're going to go to a little park where there's like a little hiking trail, and then we're going to go eat lunch at Olive Garden as a family. I have been craving Olive Garden for months.
Nice.
And my wife won't let me take her there like for a dinner date because it's Olive Garden, but she's hyped to go for a Saturday lunch at Olive Garden.
Okay.
And that, it feels rude. That feels judgmental.
Yeah, I agree. Because when you're there, you're family, and that doesn't feel like something family would do.
Totally. Absolutely. Totally. So yeah, I'm hyped about that, and I like little activities.
Yeah.
On the weekend.
I'll be fixing my car tomorrow. So
that does not qualify as a little activity.
No,
that's a big activity, and I don't want any
fun
of that.
Either. So it misses a couple of your qualifications.
True.
I don't hate working out. That's not true. I do still hate it, but I am doing it. I got an exercise bike. I don't hate that I feel better.
Yes.
As a human
or that
being.
you're doing it. You shouldn't hate that you are doing it. You're sticking with it. You should be proud of that.
I hate that I hate that I have to do it in order to not die.
Fair enough. But I'm glad that you're doing something to not die.
Yeah, I've been doing like 5 miles on the bike every day.
That's great.
Which, yeah, it's less than what people say. If you want to lose weight, you should be doing like 10 miles. I did 10 miles once last Sunday. I felt real bad after. I can't do that every day, so I do 5.
You just got to work your way up to it, man.
Yeah, we'll see.
Add a mile at a time. I've been trying to work out more too. Kelly got me this little calendar with star stickers so I can mark the days I worked out as like a little reward system, and it actually is working. It's like gamifying me working out, and I hate that it's working and motivating me.
Yeah,
but it actually is. But like I was sick all last week, right? I was like, I can't work out, so I would just do like a 12-minute yoga video, and just that extra bit of movement, the extra little love that I'm giving my body, it feels good after.
Yeah.
Working out, I hate it. I will never like it. I don't like sweating. I don't like being out of breath. But the at least mental, knowing that you're doing something good for your body, the endorphins that come from that, that's why they exist. Because otherwise no one would fucking do it.
That's right, yeah. I sure wouldn't.
Yeah.
So yeah, stay tuned for my workout stories. Or don't.
Hell yeah.
We'll just talk about video games instead.
Oh boy. Well, that's it. Thank you everybody for listening. As always, if you enjoy the podcast and you are not subscribed, please subscribe. Leave us a rating. Leave us a review. Tell your friends. Follow the podcast.
You can email the podcast at info@ShayHatesEverything.com. That's info@ShayHatesEverything.com. One more time. info@ShayHatesEverything.com.
What a good co-host. I need to write a reminder.
I totally
can't believe
forgot
I didn't even
too.
mention the email.
Yeah,
Yes,
that was
send us
bad.
an email. That was bad. I apologize to everybody for not even mentioning where you can email us. Because somebody out there was like, all I want to do is email you. I'm desperate to share my April Fool's story.
And I never thought to look in the podcast description where that contains that information.
That's true. Yes. Read. There are chapters there. I spend so much fucking time listing the chapters. It is very tedious and takes a very long time. But one person told me it was helpful, and that's all it takes for me to want to keep doing it. That's how much I care about you guys.
That's right.
The listeners. You can visit us on Patreon. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, no.
We're not there yet. That's it. We got to get out of here. Because I wanted to make it 4 hours, and we're a little over 4 hours. Thank you, everybody, so much for listening. Enjoy your week, and enjoy another podcast in a week. Peace out.